Good
We can.
morning, Dr. Kaur, Member Tovar, Member Katniss. We'll get started in just a moment here. Bear with us.
Sounds
Yeah,
great.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. I'm in live from my classroom.
I love it.
Yes, I thought it was. I was like, oh my goodness.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Now, what did Walt Disney say?
It's kind of fun to do the impossible.
Oh, very nice. It's almost like a wheel of fortune there, where I've got some of the letters, but not all of them. But I couldn't put together the phrase. You had a nice Thanksgiving, I hope.
I did. I got to see my family. What about you guys?
Super nice. Yeah, same. Lots of food, family, football, all the good stuff in life.
Nice. And
All
member
the good
Tovar,
stuff
we're
up
so
until
glad
the
you're here.
territorial cup. Then it got ugly.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't a fun game. Well, I mean, if you're cheering for U of A, yes.
Yeah.
It was. Now I'm into Jason, now I'm into tamales. So yeah, I got over the ate way too much turkey and all the fixings, and now it's just like tamale season. So
So December 16th, Tamale Fest in
yeah.
Somerton. I don't know if
Oh,
you've ever
Kurt,
been.
yes. Yeah. One time I was a judge and I was just like, that was like a dream come true, let me tell you.
I've been a judge there too. Yeah, except you
It's
have to
like,
eat like almost 50 tamales, just
yes.
little bites of them. But yeah, it
I was like, I will do this again.
yeah.
Like, please ask me because I'm a tamalera. I love eating, like, I could have
I
tamales like breakfast, dinner, like, doesn't matter. Love them.
100%. Do you make them?
Yeah.
Dr. Kaur, we have a quorum.
Well, good morning, everyone. I assume you can hear me okay. Is that true?
We can.
Okay, very good. Then I will go ahead and call this meeting to order at 9:04. And I understand that we already have taken roll. Is that correct, Executive Director Ross?
No, Dr. Kaur, we still need to take roll.
Oh, okay. Okay, then let's. There we go. I'm 0 for 1 already. So let's clock from there and see if I can improve my record. If you would go ahead and take the roll for us, Director Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. Dr. Kaur, present. Vice President Haley?
Here.
Superintendent Horn?
Here.
Member Katniss?
Here.
Member Clark?
Here.
Dr. Clay? Dr. Hagerman?
Here.
Member Kravickas? Member Meyerson? Dr. Robbins is not with us today. Member Tovar?
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Kaur, you have a quorum?
Well, thank you so very much. And obviously, I'm joining you from Yuma today. So I have my very own district governing board meeting today at noon. The scheduling anomaly of the December meeting. So I'm going to try to do my best to chair this from a distance. But if it gets clunky, Vice President Haley has agreed to kind of grab the gavel if doing this from a distance proves to be challenging. My report will be quite brief. First and foremost, I would like to wish my colleagues a wonderful holiday season. Hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving and wish them just a blessed holiday season, whether that's Christmas, Hanukkah, or whatever else. So I just want to give holiday greetings to my colleagues and then remind everyone that each year we have a nominating committee that's made up of 3 board members, and they will be charged with putting forward candidates for president and vice president of the board. The official nominations and the vote will occur not at this meeting, but rather at our January 2024 board meeting. And my thanks go out to members Clark, Katniss, and Meyerson for agreeing to serve on this nominating committee. Again, thank you for your willingness to do so. That concludes my report, and I would ask the superintendent to provide his report. Superintendent Horn.
Thank you. So as I've said in a number of speeches, my obsession is that we raise our academic results and specifically our reading and math scores, which is not to say that history, science, and the arts are not important, but those are the scores that we all look at, and they're not as high as we want them to be. And so my obsession is to help the schools do better about teaching those subjects. And so there's an example that we can learn from, and that is something that's called the Mississippi Miracle. It used to be that Mississippi was known as always coming in last, and everybody used to say, "Thank God for Mississippi," because it means we won't be last. But Mississippi scores skyrocketed to the average of the country, and so everyone that was studying this looked and see what did they do. And I think one of the key things they did was take seriously the idea that students did not go to fourth grade unless they could read. And they hold back 9% of their students, although the students who are held back by sixth grade are reading just as well as the students who pass the test. We hold back point something percent of our students. So they're much more serious. Sorry, I need to turn this off. They're much more serious than we are about making sure students can read before they go to fourth grade. There was also a major effort in Mississippi to teach teachers how to teach reading. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind when I read that is, why the heck aren't the colleges of education teaching the teachers to teach reading? They have them for 4 years. What are they doing? And as the superintendent of schools, I also serve on the Board of Regents, and the Board of Regents was nice enough to unanimously authorize me to study what's going in our teachers' colleges. I'm doing that diligently. But there are things that we can do on the first point, which is making it serious that students don't go to fourth grade unless they can read. That schools don't want to hold kids back. Parents don't want their kids to be held back. So if you do that seriously, it motivates everyone to be sure the kids learn to read. We in our last meeting or just before our last meeting, we closed one of the loopholes under which districts were able to move students on if they thought they were making adequate progress, and there was no standard for it now. The students have to pass a test that's the equivalent of the third grade test. So that's a big step forward. But the other thing is that our standard for passing the test in third grade is the worst in the country. We're number 50 in what we require of students to be able to read by third grade. That is something that we really need to correct gradually over time, not too suddenly, but we do need to correct it. And I guess, Sean, there's going to be a committee to work on that. Is that right?
Superintendent Horn, so as we've discussed, there will be an item on the January agenda where the board will vote whether or not to create a subcommittee to look into the issue.
Okay. And so, but I just wanted to alert everybody, I think this is one of the most important things we can do. We have to take care of math as well as the other subjects, but this is one approach to making progress on our reading scores. If students go to higher grades without being able to read, they can't learn anything. I have people who work for me in the Department of Education, one of whom actually taught reading in high school, which means that students went through 8 years of schooling without learning how to read. That, to me, is a scandal, and we need to do everything we can to overcome it and accomplish better academic results. To me, there's nothing more important in life than doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Horn. And the Executive Director's report. Executive Director Ross.
Dr. Kors, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, this is a very exciting report for me today because we're getting to honor not only a couple of awesome kiddos from across the state, but one of our own And so we're actually going to open with that first. You all know Garnett Burns. She is our Director of Enforcement Actions. She has been in that role or a leadership role with the investigative unit, both at the department and at the board. The investigative unit has kind of gone back and forth between the board and the department over the years. Garnett has been in a leadership position for the majority of those years, almost a decade. She is unbelievably dedicated, unbelievably steadfast, the consummate professional, and prior to joining us in this work was in law enforcement for decades. So has dedicated her entire life to making the world a better place, to protecting the people who in most need. And it's just an unbelievable pleasure and honor to work with her. And her amazing work was recognized nationally recently. NASDEC is the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification. They're a national organization in which the department and the board both participate actively, both in certification and discipline roles. And they awarded Garnett the 2023 Doug Bates Award. Garnett is the first person in Arizona ever to be awarded the Doug Bates Award. We're unbelievably proud. And so we asked her, and she agreed begrudgingly to come and say a few words to the board. So Garnett Burns.
Good morning, President Kaur, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members. I have baby brain right now. My first grandbaby was born a couple days ago, so forgive me. I wrote my speech so I didn't forget anyone. I stand before you today with profound gratitude and humility as the recipient of the 2023 NASDEC Doug Bates Award. Doug Bates was an inspirational figure in the field of not only teacher certification and licensure, but also child advocacy, and to be associated with his legacy is truly meaningful. This prestigious award is not just a personal triumph, but a testament to the collective efforts of a dedicated team and an unwavering support of those who have been instrumental in my journey. In accepting the Doug Bates Award, I cannot overlook the wealth of experience that has shaped my perspective and fueled my passion for this difficult but rewarding work. I've dedicated the last 30 years to advocacy work, and the last 20 of that has included a focus on professional ethics. Each step of my personal and professional journey, with its challenges and triumphs, has contributed to the leader I am today. It is with a deep sense of appreciation for the lessons learned and growth achieved that I stand here. First and foremost, I extend my deepest appreciation to my husband, Timothy Burns, whose support has been a pillar of strength for me. In the roller coaster of life, he has been my constant. He has been by my side for all the highs and lows over the past 12 years, and I'm truly grateful for his love, encouragement, and understanding. The experience as an educator in Arizona K-12 schools and the unique perspectives he possesses are irreplaceable. I also want to express my heartfelt thank you to Chief David Spelich for stepping up and taking over as the chief when I moved back to the board from the unit. He didn't want to be the chief, but he's been a great one for his team. And to the investigative unit, whose commitment to upholding the highest standards in education has been the bedrock of our success. Your diligence and dedication to ensuring the integrity of our educational system are commendable, and I'm honored to share this accolade with such a dedicated team. 1 year ago, the board hired an assistant to join me, and together in this last year, we've nearly doubled our unit's productivity and have accomplished an unforeseen amount. I would like to thank Don Stolero, whose tireless efforts have been the glue that holds our operation together. Thank you for your exceptional organizational skills and unwavering commitment. Your efficiency and attention to detail have played a pivotal role in our accomplishments. The invaluable support and collaboration provided by Bruce Duplanty and his team at the Arizona Department of Education were also paramount to our accomplishments. Bruce and I have worked together through the investigative unit's 3 physical moves and 2 agency reassignments, and I extend my sincere thanks for the encouragement, resources, and collaborative spirit that have propelled our shared mission forward. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the board and Director Ross. Your commitment to maintaining the highest standards in education and ensuring accountability has been crucial to the success of our initiatives. The award is not only a reflection of my efforts, but a recognition of the collaborative spirit that defines our shared commitment to upholding the integrity of our educational system. In closing, this award symbolizes not only individual accomplishments, but also a collective commitment to the vital realm of educator ethics and accountability. Together, we stand as stewards of integrity, ensuring that our educational system maintains the highest standards, we have become an example and a resource to other states and jurisdictions to do and be better. Let this recognition serve as a beacon guiding us forward in our shared mission to uphold accountability and foster an environment where educators can thrive, students can learn, and the pursuit of knowledge remains unwavering. Thank you for this honor, and I'm eager to continue our collaborative efforts in shaping a disciplined, principled, and inclusive future for education in Arizona after I spend the next few weeks loving on my grandbaby, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is because Garnett said so many nice things about the investigative. Okay.
Yeah. We're still following that.
And they'll do one more with the investigative unit.
Okay.
Bruce.
You're an honorary investigator. Yep, you guys too.
Yeah, John. Sure.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
That's great.
Okay, and up next, from one feel-good moment to another, we have our State Board Students of the Month for December. Love kicking the meeting off with kiddos and with this energy and celebrating the amazing things that are happening in education across the state. Up first, we are going to have Gavino Delgado. He is a 5th grade ESA student, and he was described in the recommendation as studious, kind, hungry for knowledge, and passionate. Each year around his birthday, he hosts a cornhole tournament fundraiser to feed local families for Thanksgiving. He is passionate about history and seeking out opportunities to learn, and he is already taking courses through ASU, and he's 11 years old. We will all be working for Gavino one day. Gavino, go ahead and come on up and say some words.
Good morning, members of the Arizona State Board of Education. It is an honor to stand before you today as a proud ESA Arizona homeschooled student. My name is Gavino Delgado, and I'm thrilled to share my experiences and perspectives with you. As a 6th grader, I have embraced my unique opportunities that homeschooling offers. I'm currently enrolled in the Arizona Learning Community Center, where I attend a variety of elective courses alongside my friends Jericho and Ezekiel. Every Wednesday, this blended learning approach has been incredibly rewarding, allowing me to explore my interests and expand my knowledge beyond the traditional classroom setting. Among many subjects I've dived into, coding, public speaking, Lego engineering, and baking have captivated me. These diverse courses have nurtured my creativity, problem-solving skills, and self-confidence. Additionally, overcoming my fear of public speaking through these classes have prepared me for moments like today. When some ask about my homeschooling journey, I proudly explain that I received the same comprehensive education as my traditional school counterparts. with the added benefit of personalized instruction from my mother. This flexibility has enabled me to focus on subjects that ignite my passion, leading to a deeper understanding and appreciation of learning. My academic pursuits have been further enriched through my participation in the Arizona State University's universal programs, enrolling in global history to 1500, and computer applications and information technology has opened my horizons and exposed me to rigorous academic challenges. Beyond academics, I am committed to serving my community. I've organized cornhole fundraiser events at Triple Play since 2020, raising funds to provide Thanksgiving meals for families in need. These experiences have instilled in me a deep sense of empathy and desire to make a positive impact on the world. The factors that have contributed to my growth as a student are exceptional teaching. My mother's dedication and personalized instruction have been invaluable. Current technology. Access to cutting-edge technology has enhanced my learning experience. Hands-on learning. Practical activities and real-world applications have deepened my understanding. Freedom of expression. I am encouraged to express my thoughts and ideas without a fear of judgment. Flexibility to explore. I have the freedom to pursue my ideas and dive into subjects that fascinate me. My goals for the future are unwavering. I dream of attending Arizona State University as a full-time student, majoring in robotics and autonomous systems. With a minor in history, I am confident that my homeschooling journey has equipped me with the skills, knowledge, and resilience to succeed in my academic endeavors. I am grateful for this opportunity to share my homeschooling story with you today. I hope that my experiences can inspire others to consider the unique benefits of homeschooling and the endless possibilities it offers. Thank you for your time and attention.
That's wonderful.
And up next, we have another State Board Student of the Month. Siri Mangana Lingam is an 8th grade student at Sonoran Science Academy in Peoria. Described as a natural leader, goal-oriented, academically driven, compassionate, kind, trustworthy, and respected. She is serving her 2nd year as president of the National Junior Honor Society and is actively seeks feedback from her teachers and implements it and participates in cultural activities and shares those with others. So Siri, why don't you come on up?
Good morning, everyone, and to the esteemed members of the State Board of Education. My name is Siri Lingam, and I'm an 8th grader at Sonoran Science Academy, Peoria. I have been at SSA for 9 years now. It's basically my home away from home. What I love most about my school is the emphasis that is being put on the teacher-student collaboration. Our teachers are always ready to help us when needed, and they challenge us to push ourselves a bit more to ensure that we are our best selves. My classmates are amazing too. We've all grown up together, and while we tease each other at every waking moment we get, we are each other's biggest cheerleaders. Some of my accomplishments include being the recipient of the President's Award for Educational Excellence 3 times in my middle school, as well as in my elementary school, along with many awards for ELA and math. We have an amazing NJHS program, and I have been the president of this organization for 2 years now. It's such a learning experience. We volunteer at food banks such as St. Mary's, and we run multiple fundraisers to help support the school. I'm so proud of our team for doing such an awesome job while staying true to the principles of NJHS. The constant acknowledgement and the encouragement that I get from my family, teachers at SSA, and my friends motivates me to continue to expand my knowledge. The most important thing I learned from these experiences is that it is okay to make mistakes, because these mistakes are opportunities to learn and improve. I believe my will to learn and extend my skills in various STEM subjects, as well as pursuing various art forms, helps me grow most as a student, both in and out of school. I have been learning piano for 6 years, and I have a black belt in karate, and I have been learning Indian classical dance for the past 5 years now. For high school, I wish to pursue a pre-med course as well as a marketing course. As for college, I hope to get into an Ivy League school because I wish to become a pediatrician. I love to help kids. I would like to take this moment to thank my mom and dad and the rest of my family who consistently encourage me in everything I do. My most amazing teachers and our principals, Ms. Hoff and Mr. B. I would also like to thank my teacher, Ms. Kat, who nominated me for this amazing recognition. Last but not least, it is such an honor to receive this award from the esteemed Arizona State Board of Education. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all a very great rest of your day. Happy holidays.
So Dr. Kaur, that concludes the executive director's report.
Well, thank you so much, Director Ross. There is no question that your report certainly is the highlight of the meeting each month. So that's wonderful. Great to hear from the students. Just remarkable in every way. So we'll move on to item 2, which is the call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on items not on today's agenda or on the consent agenda portion of the agenda. Today's speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak to us today?
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we do have several requests to speak. Up first will be Kelly Powell, followed by Tiffany Hawkins, and then Joshua Hawkins.
Thank you, members of the board, President Kaur, Superintendent Horn. I'm Kelly Powell. I'm with the Arizona Charter School Association, and I'll just read my statement. Prior to most of you joining, this board stated it was their goal to develop accountability frameworks where all quality and performing schools could achieve an A. It's a good goal. This year, we will see about 3/4 or about 75% of our schools achieve an A or B, and I want to congratulate them. From this perspective, I think the system is pretty healthy. But I'm really here to focus my remarks on one school in particular, Basis Phoenix Primary. It is the closest school to the offices where I work. So when I drive in the morning and leave in the afternoon, I see the parents regularly dropping off and picking up their students, particularly when I mistime my commute. This school scored higher than 98% of all schools in the state last year on state tests, between 98 and 99th percentile. Year after year, about 40% of the students surpassed a proficiency level and achieve a highly proficient marks on their state tests. Objectively, this school is one of the best in Arizona, but they were awarded a B this year with the state accountability school system. And I'm not versed in all of their data. I have not seen any of the data the school receives. I just know what I see online in the public files. But I suspect I know why the school got a B. That's what I wanted to share. The K-8 school accountability system model rewards academic growth more than any other indicator. I think that's wholly appropriate, is the best indicator. However, in practice, in the details, the student growth measure for the K-8 model is not egalitarian measure. It weights growth differently based upon prior year performance. Some growth is worth more than others. Consequently, as an Arizona school approaches 100% proficiency, the possibility of getting an A structurally becomes unlikely or impossible given the growth weights. It's a quirk of the model. I can say with certainty that this handicapping of highest performances was not the intention of this board, but it is baked into our model and the rules that this board has adopted. And so Basis Phoenix Primary will get what you give them. Bs are not bad, Bs are good, but that is the case. Anyway, I just want to conclude and say when a model awards the highest performing schools in the state a B because too many students scored highly proficient last year, you probably have a validity problem. There are a number of other small ones, and your TACs are working on it. So I just kind of want to encourage you to stick close with them, follow their work, and give them the room to work on it. We have a full agenda, and we are working out the problems of the models. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Tiffany Hawkins, followed by Joshua Hawkins, and then Georgina Monsalvo.
Good evening, board. We bring forward these issues asking that you investigate our district compliance with ARS 15-341 for documentation and allowing sexual misconduct to remain in our schools. As my husband will mention, we're in an ongoing nightmare with Deer Valley. Our district has had many chances to do the right thing, be responsible, and make changes. They've made fully aware that there are ARS violations in disregard to district policies. Our side of the investigation is complete. We have met with and interviewed all of the ALS district team except for the superintendent. All roads lead back to Finch. All the rules, practices are being interpreted. All the documentation and training errors, every instruction and decision. In September, we filed a complaint for these violations against Superintendent Curtis Finch. Finch investigated and concluded his own complaint without the board. At this recent LD3 meeting, board member Paul Carver has publicly recognized that the district's inability to enforce these policies and procedures properly, and not everyone is being held to the same standard. VP Kim Fisher spoke after saying bullying is an ongoing issue amongst our staff, students, and district admins. Students are still taking their own lives, and something needs to be done. Recently, board member Stephanie Simichek walked out on us bullying as it came up on the agenda, claiming that we were off topic when discussing MTSSB. And then board member Ann Ordway dropped her call while Stephanie left. No quorum, no meeting. At the next meeting, board member Ann Ordway attempted to move bullying to the end after all the other agenda items. With a divided board and Finch investigating himself, I have nowhere else to ask for help. What's worse, we have heard reports of the district allowing staff to resign other than terminate for misconduct with students. We found DV tried to slip a predator past the community without even a whisper. Scott Sims, an ex-choir teacher at Deer Valley High School and Boulder Creek High Schooler, was one of these staffs not only allowed to retire, but stay employed through the end of the year, even his last choir concert. Sims was censured by this board in February in 2023 for sexual misconduct with a student. Around this time, it was reported that Sims had called a student into his office one day and while talking to the student, placed his hands on the shoulder, kissed him on the neck and said, "I love you." The student fled in tears. DV allowed him to stay and only provided once a week oversight for his class. Nothing was ever mentioned to the parents or community. We only know as our daughter was in Sims' class. Unacceptable. Finch knew about the bullying and Sims and has failed to protect our students, and both.
Dr. Corr,
Thank you.
Superintendent. Oh, members of the board. Up next, we have Joshua Hawkins, followed by Georgina Monsalvo, and then Anna Manzano.
Good morning, board. We attended 2 months ago and were unable to attend last month, but submitted a report through your online portal. Hopefully you all received it, as Deer Valley District Safe Schools portal was broken for months and sending all of their reports to their spam folder. With that, we request again that this board thoroughly investigate our district and Superintendent Finch. We have been moving through their complaint process on bullying, harassment, intimidation, and the lack of documentation of such cases. Since school started, we have been battling changing on their law violations and policy compliance. We have evidence Deer Valley Unified School District has been violating ARS 15-341 and 13-2921, along with numerous policies that are outdated and out of compliance. This district's own administrative management guidelines are in disarray, mislabeled, and a lack of enforcement of any existing rules. Dr. Finch is skewing the law and the language that ASBA has written in their JICK policy. As written, this policy is very ambiguous and the district is taking advantage. They made it almost impossible to label or discipline anything considered bullying, harassment, or intimidation. By not labeling, disciplining, or documenting, this causes their reported data to the Office of Civil Rights on these matters to be falsely reported less than the actual occurrences. There are several forms required in their policies and AMGs that they have neglected to provide or complete for us. Dr. Finch has a special bonus that he's added for this school year that he will be reduced by detentions and suspensions by 12%. Everyone on this district ALS team that we have met with has pointed us up the chain, including Deputy Superintendent Gary Zerbach, to Finch as the ultimate authority on how these policies are being interpreted and implemented. Back in 2018, several parents had came to the Deer Valley Board about 3 students that had taken their lives that year due to the negligence of the district, bullying and harassment by fellow students, and lack of documentation on these issues. The changes to the policy then was only adding a few words to include harassment in the language and added parent notices. Seems insignificant in light of what was happening then. What about the oversight and enforcement? Not one of those policies have been reviewed since then. Their guidelines haven't been touched since 2016, and Dr. Finch took over in 2017 and hasn't changed any of their internal rules to comply with our policies or state law since he was hired. As recently stated by a board member at an LD3 meeting when questioned about bullying in the district, it's still an ongoing issue and we still have students taking their lives. Our policy, CHD, requires Dr. Finch to notify the board of any missing or incomplete policy. Both the board and Dr. Finch's highest priorities are to protect the students and provide a safe learning environment to every student. They have the means, policies, and reporting forms to correctly perform these duties, and the issue is the lack of oversight amongst the schools and district admin to comply with the laws and policies. Once these are written, no one sees if they are even doing it at all. Our principals don't check, our district doesn't verify, and even this board has no oversight to make sure these districts are actually following these laws. Coupled with oversight is the negligent enforcement of even their own existing policies. Please do something soon before something worse happens.
Thank you.
Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Georgina Monsalvo, followed by Anna Manzano, and then Maria Cristina Lattis.
Good morning, Superintendent Horn and President Corr and members of the State Board. I am Georgina Monsalvo, and I'm here again to talk about the lawsuit regarding the dual language model you approved in 2020. The Children's Equity Project at ASU just released a very important report where it says 42% of young kids in Arizona are dual language learners. That's a big chunk of our student population. And it even makes it more critical that we support dual language programs in Arizona. Back in 2020, we made progress by giving the green light to new research models, but Superintendent Horn seems to be going in the opposite direction, jeopardizing the education of dual language students, including that of my son. Considering the significant number of dual language learners in Arizona, it is vital that our education system support the bilingual development of these kids, even if their home language is different. Continuing with dual language programs is key to ensuring these kids reach their full potential. Apart from the academic advantages, being bilingual often has real economic benefits. According to the same report, bilingual workers often earn more in the same job compared to those who speak only one language. In our increasingly global world, there's a growing demand for bilingual candidates. In fact, there was a 30% increase in bilingual remote job opportunities in 2020 alone. Superintendent Horn, I'm asking you to look at the clear evidence supporting dual language programs as the best way to educate English language learners in our state. As we face a budget deficit shortfall in our state, it is disheartening to see taxpayer money going towards lawsuits that seem to prioritize personal ego or political agendas over actual educational outcomes. Please, let's refocus on improving our education system and ensuring our students' success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Ana Manzano, followed by Maria Cristina Ladas, and then Rodrigo Guerrero.
Good morning, esteemed board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. My name is Ana Manzano. I am a bilingual educator of 26 years, a former EL, and a parent of 2 students who have gone through the dual language programming. So I come to you with a wealth of knowledge, both professionally and personally. I stand before you today to refute the allegations recently made by Mr. Horn regarding dual language education. It's essential to clarify and counter these claims to ensure an accurate understanding of the benefits and the importance of dual language education in our educational system. First and foremost, we recognize and value that dual language education fosters cultural awareness and understanding. Contrary to Mr. Horn's assertion that bilingual education undermines our cultural cohesion, research consistently shows that bilingualism enhances cognitive abilities, problem-solving skills, as well as cultural competence. In embracing linguistic diversity, we prepare our students to thrive in an increasingly globally interconnected society. Furthermore, it's important to dispel the misconception that dual language programming hinders English language proficiency. On the contrary, numerous studies have demonstrated that a well-implemented dual language program supports the acquisition of the English language while simultaneously preserving and enhancing a student's first language. This approach provides a solid foundation for the long-term academic success of students, and it furthers future career opportunities, and that's what we want for all of our students. In conclusion, it's critical to ensure that our educational policies are based on evidence and research rather than unfounded allegations. Dual language education is an asset and to the enrichment of our educational landscape and for preparing students for the complexities of our diverse, interconnected world. As stewards of education, let us continue to prioritize policies that promote inclusivity, cultural understanding, and academic excellence for all students, not just for some students. Thank you for your attention and your commitment to an informed and equitable system for all of our students.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Maria Cristina Ladas, followed by Rodrigo Guerrero. Doesn't look like Maria is with us. Jessica, is Rodrigo online? Okay, so up next is Rodrigo Guerrero.
Sorry, mute button. Good morning, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Kaur, and members of the board. My name is Rodrigo Guerrero. I stand before you to express my disapproval of Superintendent Tom Horn's lawsuit against Governor Hobbs, Attorney General Chris Mays, and school districts across the state. As we're navigating the complexities of this legal dispute, it's imperative for us to proactively challenge the data that's being consistently presented to us by Superintendent Horn, wherein he claims that DLI is failing students. Now, recognizing that the State Board of Education wields decision-making power based on data, it's crucial for us to scrutinize the information that's being put forth. Questioning the methodology employed in generating the data graphs that were presented to us at the last meeting used to substantiate these claims is of paramount importance. Transparency regarding the origins of these numbers is key. We must demand clarity on whether these calculations encompass school-wide data or if they exclusively represent DLI classrooms. Without proper segregation by program, the data loses accuracy and it fails to provide a comprehensive understanding of the benefits of DLI programs here in Arizona. Now, transparency should extend to understanding the nuances of the data representation. Were these figures solely derived from DLI classrooms, or do they fully encapsulate the broader educational landscape? This crucial distinction is necessary to prevent the potential misunderstandings and misrepresentations of the actual impact and the actual advantages of DLI programs. Additionally, it's crucial to acknowledge that the limitations in evaluating the effectiveness of DLI programs due to the insufficient numbers of implementation years we've had. The inaugural year was in 2020, which was marked by the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it resulted in a unique and unprecedented educational environment. Many of the students did not go through the typical end of year's testing, and it makes it an anomalous data point. The subsequent year, we witnessed a hybrid learning model with some of those students attending classes online and others doing so in person. This further complicates the data, as not all the students participated in testing and not all English learners had been coded under the DLI program. This transitional phase introduces complexities that make it challenging for us to draw definitive conclusions about the program's efficacy. In essence, advocating for a comprehensive and transparent assessment of the data presented is crucial, and taking into account the unique circumstances of the initial implementation years as well. This approach will ensure a fair and accurate representation of the impact and potential benefits of the dual language immersion model here in Arizona's educational landscape. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, one last call for Maria Cristina Ladas. Dr. Core, that concludes this call to the public.
All right, thank you very much. Then I will move us on to item 3 of today's agenda, the consent agenda. We have a quite a lengthy listing of consent agenda items. We have let me make sure I get this right. And if you'd help me, we have removed items V and W. That leaves us with items 3A through 3U and then 3X through 3Z. Is that right, Executive Director Ross?
Dr. Core, that is correct, yes.
Okay, great. Then I would ask my colleagues if there's anyone who would like any of the items to be removed for discussion. I can't see you all, so if you are, just jump in and. Okay, so hearing none, then do I have a motion to approve items 3A through 3U and 3X through 3Z? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Clark. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, that was close. I'm not sure who that was. Was that Member Meyerson?
Vice President Haley.
Vice President Haley. Thank you so much. We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. And thank you for those of you attending virtually, turning your cameras on. Thank you. So all in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Consent agenda passes as presented. Thank you very much. I will then move us on to item 4. Once again, a call to the public. This is once again the time for the public to comment on items on today's general session. All speakers will once again be limited to 3 minutes. Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak for this call to the public?
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, there are no requests to speak at this call to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I will move us on to the 5th item of today's agenda. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the 2022-2023 A to F accountability appeals. Director Ross.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. As you all know, the A through F letter grades were released on Friday, October 27th. That immediately opened the window for schools to appeal their letter grades. The appeal window closed at 5 p.m. on November 15th. Starting at that time, the board staff and the board appeals subcommittee, which was made up of Dr. Hagerman, Dr. Clay, and Member Meyerson, began reviewing all appeals and making recommendations. Just as a note for those of you who maybe have not been involved in that process, there's the schools submit their appeals with quite a bit of information and data, and then we reach out to the schools as needed if more information is required to follow up. The appeals committee has made its recommendations, and so you will be voting on those today. There are, I'll just hand it over to Jessica Mueller, our research analyst, and she'll talk about in a little bit more detail.
No worries. Thank you, Director Ross, President Core, Superintendent Horn, and members. There are, I believe, 41 appeals on today's agenda for recommendations that were made from the ADF Appeals Committee on November 20th and November 27th. There are remaining 9 schools, actually 8, sorry. We had some withdrawals happen between November 27th and now that are going to go to a third convening. There's just some continuing work being done, continuing meetings and staffing to happen with the ADF Appeals Committee members on those other appeals. There was a public comment that you heard today that addressed one of the appeal recommendations on this agenda. That was Basis Phoenix Primary. So if you'd like to take another look or have more discussion about that as well, you're more than welcome to. And if there's any questions about any of the Appeals Committee recommendations or the process, please let me know.
All right, thank you, Jessica. And before I open it up, I would like to extend my thanks to Doctors Hagerman and Clay and Member Meyerson for agreeing to serve on this committee. As you just heard, a lot of intensive work in a short period of time. So thank you to those 3 colleagues of ours. And with that, any questions for staff, or I will call the motion. Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the A2F Appeals Committee recommendations, rationales, and conditions as provided? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Haley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Member Clark, I think it was Jenny who got in there quick. Any further conversation or discussion? Thank you. For cameras on, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. I'll move us on to 5B, presentation and discussion regarding Arizona Ascending Graduate Initiative feedback from the Student Advisory Panel. Director Ross.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. As you know, the board has been working towards an Arizona Ascending Graduate descriptor, by which the board solicited feedback via statewide survey over the summer on the most important pillars of an Arizona graduate, things like critical thinking, innovation, resiliency. You all voted on those at the retreat in August, but one of the comments that we received a couple of times from board members was that they would like to see more student input in this project, especially because it is about Arizona graduates. It's about students. And so we thought this was an excellent time to bring in our Student Advisory Council. And so took those pillars to the Student Advisory Council, had them hold some rich discussions about what they saw. And we have a member here today, actually the chair, Mizuki, here today to present to you all. I believe Caleb was not able to attend. Shannon, is that correct? So originally we had the chair and vice chair, but the vice chair was unable to attend, but Mizuki is amazing and will do an amazing job. She's going to both talk about the student advisory panel's feedback on the Arizona Ascending project, and also use this time to introduce the student advisory panel a bit and give you a bit more of that story. This is great timing. I don't know how many of you saw the article in the Republic or the AZ Central recently about the need for more student voices in boards. And so we're particularly excited to have a student voice here today to give you some feedback. So Mizuki. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mizuki Yoshiro. I'm currently a senior attending Scottsdale Preparatory Academy. It's a little bit up north. Before I get started, I just want to take the time to say thank you to both Mr. Ross and Ms. Retz because I wouldn't be here without them. This opportunity wouldn't have been here without them. And so I guess before I kind of go into what the Ascending Graduate Initiative is from our perspective, I kind of want to give a background about how it took, the journey it took to get here with the whole panel as a whole. So I actually reached out to Mr. Ross over the summer because I was really invested in a couple politics thing with students. And so I was really used to this idea of being a fresh perspective to a really divided world. And so a few of my friends asked me, hey, I know you're really interested in education policy. Have you ever considered what it meant to be a student voice within your state? And so I was like, no, I haven't. And so I ended up reaching out to Mr. Ross, and he said yes. And obviously at this point, we've collected around 10 high school students from across the state. We come from 10 very diverse backgrounds, and we compile every month or so to really discuss a few important things and what it means to be a student within Arizona. Just a little bit, I guess, further is that we've really been focusing on two main initiatives from our perspective. And I think the two biggest things for us was civics education and financial literacy, but I kind of want to watch over that so we can get to the Arizona Graduate Initiative. So at the last meeting, we were introduced by, go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Sorry, slide. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so basically in October of this year, we were basically recommended that we kind of talk about what it means to be an Arizona high school graduate. So from our diverse backgrounds, like what our experiences has meant to us, what our schooling has really meant to us, what courses we thought were important to us, what life skills we learned at school, and how we want that to be a standard for Arizona students. And so we kind of discussed in 3 different groups about what the main important things were, and then we came together at the end to discuss 4 main points, I guess. So within my group alone, we really wanted to define what success meant because we knew that we came from very different backgrounds. We knew that success for each student was going to be different. So I really want to emphasize what it means to be successful would mean different as well. So it's about being accessible. So whether it's different learning models or it's just different ways of teaching in classrooms, I think those things need to be accepted. Those things need to be emphasized as well. And at the end of this learning process, we really wanted to think, as a student ourselves, what do we want to feel like when we're graduating high school? And for us, within my small group of discussion, we discussed 3 critical points, which was self-assurance, authenticity, and then being passionate in oneself. And when I talk about being self-assured, it's really about, well, do I have the skills to succeed in this world? And it's again about the concept that success doesn't have to be linear. It's that maybe you're going to a 4-year university, maybe you're going to a 2-year university, maybe you're going to a trade school or just entering the workforce. But regardless of what it is, we really wanted to emphasize that there are certain skills that all students should have access to so they can pick the route that they want to, so they know what kind of path they want to take. I think this also goes into the concept of authenticity. So not making cookie cutter students, but accepting that different students have different routes after education, K through 12 education. Whether or not they want to pursue education, higher education is up to them. And so by providing them a lot of soft and hard skills to develop throughout high school, we really want to emphasize how important it is for students to really accept who they are and all their authenticity. And I guess this is also something that leads into the third thing about being motivated or passionate within oneself. But I know that for me, starting this entire panel was about being initiative starting, being a problem solver. I knew that I wanted to have a student voice heard in Arizona. I knew that lots of different other states had the opportunity for students to speak, but I was like, if it's going to be my senior year, it's worth at least starting something for the years in the past. So making sure that students have the resources they need to be able to reach out to the board like this. And the next group is Caleb's group. So he's the vice chair. He couldn't be here today, but I think they similarly talked about very related things. So when they talked about success, they talked about pursuing passions and having guidance to do those things. I think that really ties into the concept of authenticity that I discussed earlier. And when discussing about the different words that would define success for them, they talked about critical thinking and communication. So it meant that students should have really good access to talking with the adults they need, whether it be for counseling or whether it be just talking about the issues they really feel need to be addressed in their schools. We really wanted to emphasize that if you have something to talk about, there should be people that listen to you. And so whether it's life skills or whether it's just general conflicts in school, we wanted to ensure that those are some big emphasis. And then the third group wasn't either of our groups, but it was the other following members. And they similarly talked about how success isn't a linear process. Maybe different people want to pursue different things after K through 12 education. And so at the end of graduating high school, they want to be determined, resourceful, confident, passionate, fulfilled, and proactive in whatever they want to do. So I think like at the end of the 3 discussions, we really boiled it down to 4 main topics. And it's that the first one would be having a sense of identity. So regardless of whatever background you come from, whatever goals you have in life, students should be graduating with a feeling of conviction and a feeling they were supported in their 4 years or 12 years of schooling. And so I know I really emphasize this, but when we're talking about entering 4-year, 2-year in universities or CTE schools or any sort of, type of future, the point I think I want to make is that different resources should be made available. Do I know how to succeed? How do I enter the workforce successfully? I think it's really easy to think that, oh, well, they learn a really good base of like the really critical skills like math and reading and hard skills that we learn in schools. But at the end of it, that doesn't teach you how to go get a job. That doesn't teach you what it means to attend university. So I think like really making these resources available for students would be the first step in ensuring this. I think the second thing that we really kind of compiled together was connections. So it's about bringing more students into conversations like these. I have the really great opportunity here to speak with everyone here, but I understand that there's tons and tons of students across the state who are really passionate about different things. So the question for me was, how do we bring students here themselves? So for example, I know that different districts have boards like this where students can speak, but really there's a really huge resource aspect that they want to address. I think it should be much more accessible for far more students as well. Maybe expanding conversations from 10 students to 50. I think small steps like those are really, really crucial. The third thing that I wanted to talk about was critical life skills. So I touched a little bit about this, but I really personally think that soft skills are just as important as hard skills. I think hard skills, meaning reading, math, and etc., are really, really important for students to learn at the base level, but more opportunities really need to feed into subject matters like financial literacy or civics education, because I think we don't think of them right off the bat, but these are really, really big concepts that do impact our lives, but it's often left for us to scramble outside resources. I think a lot of the education resources related to civics or related to politics that I know of don't come from my school. It's really about the extracurricular involvement that I've been engaged in. But for me, I also recognize that a lot of these opportunities aren't available for a lot of students. And when it comes to making these responsibilities 2-3 years down the line, if it's about voting, about all these different concepts, I really think that it should be a responsibility for us to provide at least some resource for all students across the state. This is something that our student panel has been working on as well. We were thinking about hosting workshops for students, hosting conversations between candidates and students themselves, just really providing an opportunity for students to get engaged if they want. So I guess moving on to the fourth item is about social skills. So I think social interactions at school are a very, very huge part of our lives. The way that our friendships work at schools impact the way we do educationally as well. And I think students who face conflicts at school should really have ample guidance from counselors or other individuals who they can trust and learn vital lessons on communications. I know that this has been a very prevalent concept for students in my high school, a lot of students across different high schools in my state, but they really want someone to talk to. And so making sure that those resources exist for everyone, I think is incredibly important. And I think another context to bring in here is the prevalence of social media in your lives. I think that Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter are really great things. They're fun elements, and I think everyone has them. But I think there's also another element to the fact that because they're so pervasive, everything can change in an instant. So making sure that guidance counselors are there for our students to communicate with becomes even more important at this level. And I know that these are soft skills, like socialization is a soft skill, civics education is a soft skill, financial literacy is a soft skill. But at the end of the day, I think these are very, very important things that will impact the future of our students' lives. And I want students to be able to graduate knowing that they have this behind their back. And as a student panel, I think we were really able to boil down to the idea that an investment into student happiness is an investment to student wellness. An investment to student wellness is an investment to student success. So instead of looking and focusing on cookie cutter appeals, I think we really want to branch out to see from these hard skills that we develop from reading and math, what can we access further? So maybe it's about, do I know how to manage my finances? Do I know how to be successful in the workforce? I think all these different ideas have really been circling around, but I really wanted to emphasize that as a student panel from very different backgrounds, these were very prevalent concepts that we wanted to emphasize for the board.
All right. Thank you so much, Mizuki. And now would be time for questions or comments from board members.
I have
I
one.
see Member Clay. Go ahead, jump right in there, Member Clay.
Thank you very much. This was a very, very inspiring and motivating presentation. And I'm one that I love to do things. So I'm going to ask you two questions. The first one is there anyone, is there anyone on your board from Cochise County?
I'm sorry?
Is there anyone on your board from Cochise County?
I'm not sure, actually. Is there? I think we have one student, is what Ms. Ed said.
Dr. Clay, we do. I believe his name is Wesley, is from, I believe, Vista High in Cochise County.
Okay, thank you. So the second question is, I want you guys to think about also having a voice at the county level. I'm going to contact Wesley. I would like Wesley to brief the students in our county. So we're going to basically mimic what you're doing, but we want the leaders from your panel to go and be the leaders in the counties. I don't know how that's going to exactly work, but I'm going to get with Wesley. I'd like to get with you. I'd like to get with whoever else could help, but we need this to spread out throughout the whole state. One way we can do it top down by the county superintendents, and we can do it bottom up by the districts. So I'm really excited if we can go ahead and get that together, where we get with Wesley and you and your group and figure out how to move westward as a state, getting student voice, because I understand that when I was a teacher, students would always say, Miss Clay, we don't think the way you do. We don't think like the 1950s, even though I wasn't back then, for some reason, they always say 1950s, but I am, and and I think all of us are interested and passionate about how you see things, how you think, because you are the next leaders. So we need to mentor you and give you opportunity and give you voice. So I'm putting it out there. I'd like to meet with somebody or one of you guys later. I'm going to go ahead and try to find Wesley, but I would like you guys to put that together for me so that we can go ahead and get with the other county superintendents and get that thing going. But thank you very much. Inspirational, motivational, and definitely we're going to be doing things. This is not a sit and get. We're going to get out there and help you.
Thank you so much. I definitely want to emphasize the concept of being as expansive as possible, because I think one thing that Ms. Etz and Mr. Ross really wanted to emphasize when we created this board was that students are going to come from different schooling backgrounds. So on our panel, we have students from public schools, charter schools, private schools, homeschool options, online school options. So really understanding the diverse perspectives about what it means to be a student in Arizona has been really, really important to us. So I think that's a really excellent idea, and I'd love to keep in touch.
Dr. Cord, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, Dr. Clay, one of the elements of the Student Advisory Council is also Shannon Etz, as Mizuki has mentioned, is working hard to connect the Advisory Council with leaders across the state. For example, they're meeting with Treasurer Yee next month. For those of you who know Treasurer Yee, financial literacy has always been long been a priority for her. And so they're going to be meeting with her, and then we'll be arranging meetings, say with our beloved county soups, our superintendent, perhaps the head of a community college. So we will be leveraging relationships and have reached out to other folks as well to allow that the Student Advisory Council to get some face time with folks and look at leadership across the state from different perspectives.
So, Dr. Kaur, I have a question.
You know what, Vice President Haley, if you don't mind quarterbacking the questions,
Sure.
I think it'd be easier if I just defer and let you run with it. So please go ahead, ask your question and see if our colleagues have any additional.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Mizuki, for your presentation and your representation. It's on. Just really, I I appreciated your comments on sense of identity, but I would love for you to unpack what that means for students and what role perhaps the board, we have more of a technical responsibility of setting A through F letter grades and broad concepts on state standards. But how do you think that a board like ours could come alongside and support students through their sense of identity? And then my second question would be, are there specific examples when you have senior teachers help you form those identities?
So I'm really lucky to go to a school that's really focused on the idea of seminar discussions. So we have one class every single day that instead of learning really just blank English and blank history, we combine those two and we discuss for an hour every single day about different ideas in philosophy and all different types of real world concepts. And so I think for me personally, a really big thing was my freshman year, we had US history, but it wasn't like a black and white textbook kind of conversations. It was really discussing like, what does this mean for us? What does it mean in the context of our, our upbringing and the fact that we're going to be voting in the next couple of years? I think really critical discussions like those are hard for students to facilitate or hard for teachers to facilitate. I think, rightfully so, teachers want to refrain from those conversations because they don't want to be perceived as being partisan or having any sort of influence. But I think opening discussions and removing those taboos have been really, really crucial to the way that I've really shaped my perspective on the world. And so I know that especially after COVID, a lot of teachers struggled with teaching important concepts like US history just because they wanted to protect themselves against, the climate that was around them. And so although that I think that was something that was necessary for them to take, I think it also impacted students as well, because when teachers weren't feeling comfortable to teach these certain things, obviously there was some sort of gaps that were created. And so I know that this isn't something as a student that I can change, but I think that maybe hosting better standards for what it means to teach concepts of federalism, what it means for teachers to teach concepts of comparative political ideologies, what it means for teachers to teach personal financial literacy within economics or critical classes like that are really, really influential in developing those soft skills in our lives. Because without standardization, I think there's a lot of different ranges that are going to develop. Students who really are strong in those skills leaving high school and students who don't have those skills at all. So I just want to think that as a general recommendation, maybe providing better guidelines when it comes to those social studies standards or economic standards would be really, really helpful. And I think this really leads into the concept of what it means to be or what it means to pursue your future after high school. And so I talked about how there's different options: 2-year university, 4-year university, entering the workforce, or going to trade school. And so when you develop these personal soft skills, I think it's really important because these shape your perspective of what you want to do in the future. I know that for me, these discussions shape the idea that I want to continue to do advocacy work like this in the future. But for other students, it might be pursuing financial literacy related aspects. So I think these soft skills are really important because they're able to have students make better decisions for themselves in the future. And when it comes to learning about these different options, I realize that for students across the state, depending on what kind of school you go to, the idea of attending 4-year university or attending community college is going to be vastly different. So maybe even providing standards for schools, maybe it's a small presentation, maybe it's workshops for students about what future education can look like from the board could be really, really helpful, whether they be in virtual or in-person formats, but really targeting those schools who don't have access to these opportunities would be, I think, a top-notch emphasis for me.
Member Kravickas. Oh. Member Clark.
I just want to encourage you personally. You are a fantastic speaker. I'm sure Director Ross would would agree with me. You've probably done an excellent job leading in everything you've done. Just extremely impressive. I think that you have a very bright future ahead of you, that you can come to a meeting like this and get asked questions from board members and just respond in such a professional and just eloquent manner. So first, I just wanted to offer you some praise and encouragement.
Thank you.
And then the only comment that I have, and this is me putting my mom hat on with 5 kids, is I'm looking at this list, such great things and such incredible work that you guys have done. And, your group, you talked about the comments of self-assured, authentic, motivated, a sense of identity, connection, critical life skills. When I hear those things, and Vice President Haley kind of mentioned this as far as the technical aspect of the board. I think about the really important and crucial role that that parents and that family have in some of those things that you mentioned, especially when it talks you mentioned being self-assured, motivated, and having that sense of identity. So I would just encourage you guys as you're going forward with your meetings to really think about what role do parents and families have in these kind of critical, important decisions in your identity, in your purpose in life, and then what role do boards and the government and essentially entities that are never going to love you back like your parents are going to play, and what the differences there are, because there's a lot of work that we can do on the board side, on the teacher side, on the school side, but there's also work that we'll never be able to do or replace, and that's of course your parents and your families.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And I think this is actually something that we talked about within my group when we discussed the concept of emotional well-being within schools. I know I talked about the concepts of connection and then social skills, but especially when I emphasize that I think schools need to have more heightened ideas of like what it means to attend to students like conversations within schools by providing counselors, providing aspects where students where they can trust is first, obviously respecting a student's privacy in these situations, but also including what role the family life has to do. And so if it means that school boards and schools are going to be the place where students feel safe, I think it means that we provide them the opportunity to trust certain individuals, regardless of whether it's your parents or regardless of whether it's your teachers or counselors. And then also talking about connection, because I think mental health and a lot of these different elements related to social media have been really, really emphasized by students across the state. I know a few friends who are really passionate about this issue. And so if they have opportunities to talk with boards within their own districts, within their own board of educations, I think it really means a lot, because especially when districts are making the vast majority of decisions for them, I think being able to discuss like what it means to be a student in this age, what it means to be facilitating these connections is really important. So obviously keeping parents in the loop, I think is incredibly important, but also making sure that if that's not someone that they want to talk to, there's always an accessible resource at schools.
Member Kravickas.
Thank you, Mizuki. You did a phenomenal job. I'm so proud of you. I love some of the suggestions that you had. One is the board further engaged in social media and also simplifying the vernacular. It's something I've been thinking a lot about. And I think and by we, I mean actually government agencies, schools in general. I think there's a lot we can do to improve that. I think we assume that parents understand everything we send home, and they do not. I think and I think your voice would be really helpful in that. Like, you take things home to your parents, you know what they're going to read and how they're going to access it. We still, and I don't mean, again, just we, the board, but I mean, we generally are still producing, binders and guides that people are not reading. So how can we make sure that we're really reaching you and your family as students and their families with the information they need to make good choices? Because I think half the time we want to tell them what the law says, but they need to know, what can I do? What do I need to do?
Yes, I for sure agree with that sentiment. I think that a lot of times like pages and pages and pages of files isn't the best easy access for students or for parents at all. But I know that when I was reading through like the schedule here today about the Board of Education, I think I was able to pretty easily understand it, because I do congressional debate out of school, so it's a little bit nerdy of an aspect that I was able to understand these things. But I know that for the most general public, reading through these things isn't fun. Reading through these things isn't interesting, or even understanding like what it means to come up here and speak. I don't think most people recognize that that's like an opportunity for them. So I kind of discussed this with Ms. Atz earlier, but even when talking about the student advisory panel within and of itself, I know that social media is like incredibly like popular amongst like, I guess, my age group. So marketing these sorts of opportunities and talking about what we're doing, I think is really, really important, because when students see things, I think that's how they're most receptive, especially on a platform that's incredibly interactive. So whether it's about posting like videos about what discussions we're having at the Board of Education, or maybe it's talking about specific policies that were passed by the Board of Education and really translating it into like what the brunt of the policy actually means for students across the state, what it means for parents across the state would be the most effective. So instead of all the different jargon that goes, and I think obviously the different stipulations are really, really important, do have an impact. But when it comes to reading it right off the bat, I think students and teachers and parents look at the headlines. What does this mean for me? And so I think really emphasizing the connection that these policies have with their people would be the most important thing. And so whether it's through social media or whether it be through newsletter briefs, whether it be through a mailing list, I think that using like small, smart, much shorter vernacular would be really, really helpful, because I want students like me to be able to come here a lot. I want parents and teachers to have a voice at the board too. I think that the only situation is that we want to make it easy enough for them to understand that they have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. And one last thing is on the sense of identity, the word or phrase that came to my mind when I saw that was self-advocacy. And that's such a critical skill, especially for students with disabilities, to really have that sense of identity, because so often the experience in school is about what they can't do, what they're struggling with, but really owning who they are, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and how to be able to advocate for themselves when they leave school is so important, and for all kids.
I think
Thank you
that's
so much.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I definitely agree with that. And we've had discussions with like the student advisory panel too about what it means to be accessible. So I think this is really a big part about redefining success, because success does not necessarily mean that you're always going to be public speaking or you're not always going to go to a four-year university. I think it means very vastly different things for different students. And so if we're able to see a little bit deeper into what each student is going to access, whether it be through better support from teachers, whether it be through better support from school districts, or what it means to, bring different educational opportunities, whether it be field trips and making them accessible for students with disabilities. I think all these certain things are often watched over and, easily we often turn like an easy blind eye to it. But I think understanding that there's different perspectives and different forms of success is the first step into ensuring that we can make different policy changes to affect their lives.
Any other questions or comments? Anybody from online? Thank you so much, Mizuki, for
Thank you.
presenting and for taking time from your school day to be with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I think it's back
Amazing.
to you, Dr. Kaur.
Thank you so much. I'll move us on to 5. Obviously, that was for information only, but I will move us on to 5C. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the roster of the State Board of Education Ad Hoc Special Education Evaluations Advisory Subcommittee. Director Ross.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, in the October meeting, the board voted to create the State Board Ad Hoc Special Education Evaluations Subcommittee. This subcommittee will meet monthly to twice monthly, depending on what is needed, to review, evaluate, and revise board rule related to special education evaluations, especially in light of updates to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and guidance from the Office of Special Education Programs, OSEP. The vote today is to approve the roster for the subcommittee. Just to make sure that this is said on public record, a lot of thought went into the building of this roster. The goal was really to have a plurality of voices that represent the landscape of special education in Arizona, from multiple perspectives, be it a school perspective, a parent perspective, a student perspective, and to have those to build a committee of experts who can do really important work efficiently. So the roster is included in the materials, and I'm happy to answer any questions if the board has any at this time.
Thank you, Director Ross. Any questions from my colleagues? All right, hearing none, then do I have a motion to approve the recommended roster of the State Board of Education Ad Hoc Special Education Evaluations Advisory Subcommittee? Do I have such a motion? I think I'm just gonna make an executive call if no one objects and say that was nominated by Member Tovar and seconded by Member Catanese. I know a number of different voices. Any conversation or comments at this point before I call the vote? Hearing none with cameras on, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you very much. I'll move us on to, motion carries, obviously. I will move us on to 5D, which is an information only item. This is the Antelope Union High School 120-day receivership update. Director Ross.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This item is a follow-up from the action the board took in June to place Antelope Union High School District into financial receivership. If board members recall, this was a district out in Welton, Arizona, and the action and determination at that June meeting was to place the district in receivership. Per statute, the next action that needs to happen is the receiver that the board appointed will submit a 120-day report. That item was received by the board, and we have Mr. Keith Kenny here to present information from that report and provide the board an update. This is just an information item. There's no action that the board needs to take at this time, but this is one of those kind of important steps in the process. I think, yeah, there's Keith.
Good morning, President Core, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and board members. My name is Keith Kenny, and I work for JS Held, who is the named receiver for Antelope that was put into Antelope Union High School. They were put into receivership in June 26th, I believe, this month. So I've been asked to come and give a highlight. You all should have received the 120-day report, but a highlight of what we found in our investigation and actions being taken, and the anticipated timeframe to try to get the district out of receivership. So obviously the first three, go back one real quick. The major issues that led into this receivership based on our investigation, well, obviously are the overspent budget capacity. Insolvency is the biggest issue that the district has to deal with right now, and we'll get into that a little bit more. And then they've also been USFR non-compliant. All three of those issues are a requirement to be removed from receivership to pass. Okay, go ahead. In regards to the overspent budget capacity, they've overspent, in our investigation, we found they overspent their budget the last 6 years since 2018. It's been continuous. A little bit up, a little bit down, but the nice thing is in fiscal year as the end of fiscal year 23, which I don't believe you had a June 27th board meeting, now we know that their overspent budget capacity was only 38,584, a reduction of from 311 the year prior, 311,000. So that's a good sign. The district was moving somewhat in the right direction. We found you can stay back there for 1 second. I just wanted to expand on that. We found in our investigation that not only there was a couple of reasons they were overspending their budget stuff there. Not only that they were just spending money that and not looking spending their budget, not looking at what their capacity was, but also that we found that the district's inexperience, they failed to file reports, specifically like teacher experience reports accurately or file them at all, that hindered their ability to have a larger budget capacity. We've taken that corrective action now, and hopefully it'll go in the future. But one of the things that we're looking at for next is that we're looking to work with the state representatives to see if we can get an exception this year to correct that action, because it's too late. They didn't file last year, and if we can correct that budget capacity, and potentially it'll allow for additional funds to receive. Go ahead. In regards to the insolvency, now this is the biggest issue that we're going to have, the struggle that the district's going to have to deal with. We found that the district, since 2016, really 2 years prior to that, they started to go over budget register warrants for year end. But since 2016, their year end registered warrants rose from 300,000 up to a high of 1.4 million in fiscal year 2019. Then since then, it's been averaging about $1 million. Again, the district in fiscal year in 23, which you didn't have, they have improved. Their fiscal year end went down to 905,000 in fiscal year 23. The issue here is because most of the 90% of their funds comes from state tax levies. They don't receive those levies until October, November, December, and then May, and then at the April, and May, they'll receive the rest of that large things. So every year they're starting out in the negative if they don't have a cash reserve. And so since they're already in the negative, that negative is going to go up every year and then come down and go up and go down. And so ideally you want to start with a zero budget things, but so that's going to take some time to get correct. What we found in regards to that, in addition to the things that added to this, was that the non-general fund, they overspent non-general funds, and most of this was spent prior to 2021 and 2020 and stuff there. Now they changed accounting systems in fiscal year 21, so I didn't have access to the other software back there to see what counted for that, but we're talking about $314,000 in funds that were overspent and never paid back. So that's been sitting on the books. So it's been a gradual build. It's been a build over a number of years. So obviously I'm anticipating this is going to take 3 to 5 years to correct, to get this back into a manner where they are solvent, operating solvently. Go ahead. USF non-compliance. This is something I'm going to ask the board to consider. The district prior administration, they've been in non-compliance since fiscal year 2018. The prior administration took no action, which then, of course, the AG's office came to the state board and asked them, reported them and asked them to take the legislative authority, punish them in the manner that they can. And the state, since 2021, I believe, they've been fiscal 20 been withholding 3% of the state funding. That hinders us in a manner that when they already have a cash issue and we're trying to correct it, that we have that much less money to operate with and try to repay these debts. I'm going to ask that the state board consider rescinding that offer and giving us an opportunity to take the corrective action. One of the things, just for your consideration, is again, based on the audit report, fiscal year 22 report, which wasn't, I don't believe was available at the time. Again, when you guys met, they did improve from 58 issues to 28 issues. And we've already been working with the AG's office and doing corrective actions in these 29 issues. Obviously, there's going to be a few issues there, the insolvency issues that we won't be able to remove in a very timely manner, but we expect within this next year that will go down considerably again. So go ahead. Again, I just went through this. I'll go through it real quick. This is the estimated timeline to fix all these issues. I don't want to go through it again. You can read it, but basically, like I said, the budget capacity, I believe, can be corrected by the end of this fiscal year. That's not going to be an issue. The insolvency issue is going to be our biggest issue, and then the USFR compliance. Again, that could take, I think we'll be operating pretty much compliant, but we will still have some items that have to do with non-compliancy within a year or two. Financial improvement plan. Basically, the financial improvement plan takes two things into account. One is the reduction in expenditures. Second is other sources of revenue, cash flow. So we've made a number of corrections going through and reducing costs and expenses, putting freezes on travel and overtime, and with all these corrections, we've reduced our expenditures this year, probably between $200,000 and $250,000. Sure. The downfall of the first year came in late. We didn't get everything there. One of the big issues that we're revamping is their food service program. They were losing over 100 to 150,000 a year in the food expenditure program. So we've been revamping that. We're supposed to have started this month in the new program, and with that, we should start seeing savings, but we won't see the full extent of all these savings till the next year. The other issue with this year in the extent of the reduction of debt, even though we reduced costs, the district also had some huge additional costs in regards to the receivership, the start of the receivership. Now, those receivership costs, as time goes on, it's going to go considerably down because we'll transition to more of a monitoring role than an active investigation role and stuff like that. So you should see a big increase in the next fiscal year, but this fiscal year, I wouldn't expect a huge decrease in that registered warrant or the debt there. I'm hoping that we can get $50,000 to $100,000 off of that this year. That's my goal, but considerably more in the next few years. You can go ahead. I don't want to go through all these. They're all in the report. Some of the other things I just want to point out that we've applied for some grants to subsidize some, they had some excess special cost needs foods, and we did get approved for that. So that should help offset some of the general fund expenditures that we've had. And then my role will be continue to investigate and look for additional savings, along with the board stuff there to keep the district in line right now. Go ahead. Operational plan. In regards to the operational plan, in order for the district to be successful upon exiting the receivership, the district's going to have the knowledge and experience to continue operating they are. And the biggest thing that I find with these districts when I've gotten into them, and I've been in a few of them there, is a lot of times the superintendent and stuff will look at we're entitled to spend to our budget capacity, but they never look at the insolvency side of it, because if you're not receiving the funds that relate to that budget capacity, eventually you're going to get into trouble like this one did here and stuff there, because they weren't overspending their budget by tremendous amounts, $300,000-400,000 a year, which you could fix in 1 year if you're operating correctly there, 1 to 2 years the max. But in year after year, when that negative cash fund comes up, all of a sudden they're looking at it and they're insolvent. I mean, when you're looking at this year, like end of fiscal year 23, $900,000 in registered warrants, which is money you spent prior year that you got to pay back out of this year's budget, and 900,000 counts for 40% of your budget, you're in pretty big trouble. It's hard to operate, and it's hard to cut all that out and still provide the students with the required educational needs that they need to have to continue. So I try to teach this and we'll get when we get to the next receivership, the board and the administration to look at both sides of that and to build cash reserves for hard times. So my goal here would be to get that board down to where they're not registering warrants by the end of the year, but after that to build cash reserve, which that's going to take longer and time there. But if the board built a cash reserve of anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000, that limits the amount of registered warrants, which includes interest and stuff, that money that's thrown out the door, that they're going to have to pay out in the first 3-4 months because they have no funds coming in. So I'm trying to educate them in that manner to look at all those manners. And the other thing I look at is we operate to cash, not to the budget capacity. Yes, budget capacity is what we can spend, but how much cash do we have to spend and stuff there? So anyway, the operational plan includes all these reviewing the policies, implementing policies, teach training, and throughout the year and stuff there, so that all the personnel understands that are responsible, understands their job and what their responsibilities are, and it's all written down. Go ahead. Move on. I guess again, that's just more of the stuff that we have planning. And the biggest thing that I do is over time is I want to have less and less of a role in the day-to-day actions. Just be more of a monitor, sounding voice and stuff there, and letting the district learn how to operate on their own in that manner. So anyway, this additional information that we found that just make you aware of what we're trying to do. Like I said, first thing action that you guys can take and can help me out is if you can resend the 3% withholding from the state funding that they get every year. Right now, that's something, the action that was taken. That's the first thing. The second thing that I found in looking and reviewing all the tax levy cash deficit year after year since 2014, as far back as I looked and stuff, and what it was provided by the county treasurer's office. The district, the amount of the tax levy that was approved for the district and the amount that was taxed to and assessed to the district was less. So there was a deficit. And I'm not talking about collections. I'm talking about the actual amount that was billed to the client. So I'm not asking for, because typically they'll collect 98 to 99% of the amounts. I'm talking about the amount that if they would have collected 100%, would they have gotten what they were approved for? And that hasn't happened. It's at least going back to 2014. Usually it's about $60,000 to $70,000 a year that they were short. Well, again, if you're spending to your budget capacity and you're not getting that 60, 70,000, see how quickly that can build up. What I found in my research is at ARS 15992 F10 allows for the district to, with the county's consent, to do a special assessment for the prior years into the next year to recover those funds, which makes total sense to me to keep yourself cash flow going. It took me a while to convince the county superintendent to do that, but I did get that for fiscal year 2023 because and they did approve it. I've asked them to look into getting some of that money for the prior years. I don't think that's going to happen because state legislation only allows for 1 year back. So the other option is we try to work with state representatives to see if they can do a special legislation or something on that, maybe allow that there. And we have met with two of the state representatives, just about a week ago and dealing with that issue. And if you go to the next one, we can go to the next one and we can talk about it. And then the other issue, it has to do with the teacher's experience report that was filed in October 22, didn't get filed in October 22. So basically when we did a review of that, the teacher's experience there would have given them a big bump. But they were a number of years more than the state average and stuff there. And they didn't file that. So by doing that, they get additional funding and additional capacity as a percentage of the budget and calculation there. And if they would have filed that, they would have had a bit additional capacity for this year, for this fiscal year, and they would have had some additional funding. So we went to the state representatives to see if they could do special legislation to allow, and this has been done in the past. They're looking at it, whether they, and that we met with Representative Tim Dunn and Michael Carmo, and that was just the day before Thanksgiving. And we asked them to consider this. They're considering it. I didn't get the real strong feeling that they wanted to fight their opponents in regards to the saying, well, look, you guys had the opportunity to file this, you didn't. So why should we this? But we're going to continue going after that because any of that additional funding would help shorten the time of the receivership because it would help repay these debts. These are all, we're not asking for funds to pay off our debts. We're asking for funds that we would have been entitled to and stuff there in the past if they would have done this right, prior administration stuff there. Let's see. I think is there any more there around there? Next one. I'm trying to remember. Nope. Yeah. So basically that's just a general overview. The report's probably is a lot more detailed. I'll open it up for any questions that you guys might have in regards to that.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. This is Daniel. Obviously, this hits close to home. This Antelope is in our service area out here at Arizona Western College. And so a couple of questions. You mentioned the 3% withholding. Obviously, this has been agendized as an information item only. Is it your intent to ask the board for formal action on the 3% withholding sometime in the new year?
Yeah, I would ask you as soon as possible, you could put it on your agenda and do that and resend that. I would appreciate any, because the sooner that can get resended, the sooner we can start collecting those funds. And I don't know if you can resend it for this year, because this is the third year they're going into that withholding. And I don't know if you can backdate it, because state funding is based on an annual amount. If we could just do it for this year or even, and then they would receive the funding that's been withheld for the last, 5 months. Because the way the state funding is allocated, based on the ADM, it's calculated out to a gross dollar for the year, and that changes based on the ADM month after month. So they don't always get the same amount every year, but they're reducing the 3% off the total dollar and then giving them an allocated there. So if we send that for this whole year, if the state board can do that, then we would get all of the money at least back this year.
And
does that make sense?
President.
Director Ross, is that something we can take a look at prior to our January meeting, or certainly prior to our February meeting for sure?
President Core, this is Deputy Director Wonders. This is something that we're looking into at the staff level right now. The way that the USFR statute works for withholding, if the board elects to remove withholding from a district, they can get repaid for funds that were withheld in the current year as well as the prior fiscal year. So we're looking into this at the staff level for potential action in January.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Yeah, I get the idea that we wanted to withhold those dollars from the previous administration that clearly was asleep at the wheel. But given the dire situation of Antelope, I think denying them, I'm speaking only for myself, not for the board, only for denying them the resources they need to best serve those kids out there is counterproductive. And a second question before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions, the concept of the topic of failing to file for the teacher experience report. I understand from your report that would require legislative action to recoup those dollars. That's not something that could be done administratively.
Yeah, because they are required to file by a certain time frame. It's like their teacher experience is required to be filed, I believe, in October of the like for fiscal year 23-24 would be October 22. So October of every year, they do their teacher experience requirements, and if they miss that deadline, basically they get it calculates a percentile on the state, because the state uses gathers all that information and determines what the average teacher experience is. And then if you're above the state level, you get an additional percentage increase subsidy for funding. And if you're anything under or at that, you get a 1%. You don't get any adjustment. So it's calculated as a 1 or 1 point something, depending on those years. It's a whole calculation that goes through it. My understanding is and we only looked at a couple of years back, but it's potentially, and we only have, it's my understanding that something happened potentially when they changed accounting systems. And instead of going to HR, they were just looking something there and they started all over or something. They weren't recording correctly. And I'm sure what's going to happen next year when we record the years, and we went through and did an audit of the years of experience, and we recorded all that. We took record of all that, because when we filed next year's, we did file in October 23 for next year. That's how we identified this, and we couldn't understand why there was such a discrepancy. We're expecting to get an audit from the state in regards to that, because it's going to be such a drastic change and stuff there. So we're preparing for that.
Well, I again, just on a personal note, I would share just enormous frustration that money was left on the table, and now we're in a position of cutting sports and eliminating bus lines and making the tough decisions. But that is a self-inflicted error. And the kids at Antelope High School are paying the price. And that's just a shame. I appreciate the work you're doing, and hopefully we can get this straightened out just as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that is true. But we are taking everything, and we're looking at the kids first. We're trying to have the minimum impact on the kids and stuff there. And the sports programs that we have looked at are the ones that has minimal participation, or there's minimal interest in. It's not, if the kids are participating in these programs and stuff there, we're trying not to cut that stuff. We're really just looking for anything we can do. That one.
I appreciate that. Any questions or comments from my colleagues?
Dr. Core, I have some questions.
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for this presentation. And it's obviously extremely unfortunate when a district mismanages their funds so significantly that we're all put in this situation, the students and taxpayers actually too. So a few quick questions for you, and forgive me if this was in the report. The 3% withholding, if we are able to recover that for, if we're able to change that, it would only be recoverable for last year, is what I'm hearing you say.
Well, I'm not sure on the law, but
Depending, okay.
Yeah, President Core, Superintendent Horn, Member Clark. The 3% withholding, it would be the funds that have been withheld in this current year. So from July through now, as well as the prior year, would be able to be restored.
And do we have an idea of how much that will be?
It's not a lot, but everything has helped. See, we're talking, it's probably, I'm trying to remember the dollar amount. It may be $19,000-$20,000 this year. And if you want, because most of the fund, they don't get a lot of state funding. The majority of their funding is tax levy amounts. But the big thing too, well, in regards to that, the bigger thing when I was talking about the TE,
Yeah,
teachers,
that was my next question. How much?
that will give us a big impact in the tax levy amounts being able to, it would be in the following years. Because that's where 90% of their funds come from is the tax levy. And so by increasing that, they'll be entitled to receive more funds through the tax levy, apply for larger funds there. So we lost that opportunity. We couldn't even go back on that this year and do that. And so if they fixed it this year, the only thing we would get in additional funding would be state funding, which I don't know what the exact dollar is that, but we did look at for this year, if they were to allow us a special exception to adjust that for this year. It's almost 300,000 additional in additional budget capacity. It's about 300,000 additional budget capacity. How much that translates into cash funding from the state, I'm not sure, but it would give us a big jump for next year's.
Okay. And you were able to get that tax levy adjustment from the county, but just for last year.
Yeah, the way the legislation is written, and that's the way I interpret it, but I had to get a lot of people to support me before the county would even support it.
Yeah.
I had to do a lot of research, but when I found it, it does say specifically to cash deficit for the prior year,
Or only the
apply for
prior
the
year.
next year.
Yeah.
And so I've asked the county, and I haven't gotten a final answer from the county. She did last time I talked to her indicate to me that they went to their attorneys, which of course makes sense, and they're saying, well, the legislation is only going to give them a year, and that's the way I interpret it when I read it. But I was thinking, well, maybe if we can get an exception for some portion of that, some dollars. So the only way I can think of to get any of that money back would have legislation make a special exception, a one-time exception to a certain dollar amount and stuff there. Because the other thing that county has had to deal with is that, and I'm sorry if I'm
No, you're
going
fine.
on,
That's fine.
but some of the issues is that a lot of the business there is solar.
Yes.
And of course, you're probably aware they had a lawsuit overtaxed, and they got that contributed to that big jump from, if you look at, and in the report, I have, the history of the cash deficits, in 2018, I think it was $900,000 a year. It's 900,000 now. And there was that big jump in there. Those years, there was funds having to be paid back so the cash shortage came in. So I'm assuming some of that was to that there. And then they were supposed to get, some of that back. They did get a special tax assessment that got some of that back. And then the state gave them some special, but then the county took that back and put it back to the taxpayers because they had already done that. Yeah, which makes total sense to me, but I don't understand that year that they did that, they were still $200,000 short on their tax levy that one year. So I don't know if they actually really did get that. And that's what I'm trying to work with the treasurer, try to identify all these differences and stuff there, the county treasurer, because I don't have the details that the treasurer has. So that was a issue too, because Heron are spending to their budget, and they're not even getting close to collecting that when you're paying a couple $100,000.
And they weren't adjusting their spending in that time, which is an unfortunate
And then the
situation.
unfortunate thing that happened in 2022 is when in fiscal year 2022, they got that extra 300,000 from the state legislative special things. And then 2023, the county took it back while they still operated to their budget, now $300,000 short. That money was already spent for the next year and the prior year. You know, it's all this juggling with funds, which legislation, they should have never spent that fund, those extra 300,000 to their guy. But
Final question is,
Mhm.
how much are we paying in interest right now?
they're paying, what the percentage rate or how much are they paying?
How much is the district paying on their liabilities that they overspent?
Well, last year was $74,000
For the whole year.
Yeah, things that we have done to try to eliminate that. We've implemented some policy and because that interest is paid on their negative cash and
Mhm.
stuff there while they, you know, and they're non-general funds. They're reimbursed after they spend the funds, their excess cash, like their grants and stuff like that. So we've implemented twice a month. They're, as soon as that money's spent, they're applying to get that reimbursed. I don't think that was happening on a regular basis. So that they're carrying those balances longer. We're minimizing that. We're trying to minimize spending in that way to reduce and pay back as fast as we can, because obviously we're going to have registered warrants. They're going to have, they need the county to continue to operate. They need those registered warrants. They're going to have those registered warrants for years, but everything we can do to reduce that interest, which is 5.5%.
So they weren't adjusting the principal every time it's paid out? Is that what you're saying? So the interest was staying the same?
Well, the interest is 5.5% on the unpaid back registered warrants. And the way that you all understand how the registered warrants work and stuff there, because I can explain that if you need to, if I need to.
That's the money they borrowed from the.
What happens, the county registers warrants to pay their bills. Right? So if they don't have the funds and they issue because they're holding all their funds, the check disbursements, they register a warrant on that check or fund that's being distributed, right? If they don't have the funds in the fund account. And then as funds come in, they pay back the earliest ones first and they keep paying them back. So your registered warrants are on specific payments. So if you look at it that way, the way they keep it, it's saying, you know, how far back have they not paid their bills? So when was the last one, the earliest one registered every month and stuff there because of those funds. But in reality, those funds were accumulation. If you're looking at it from my business world or a finance world, those funds were all accumulated way back when, and now they're just it just keeps compounding and stuff there. So
I'm just trying to understand it from the most fiscally conservative approach of this is a really bad situation, but taxpayers are paying interest.
no, oh yeah, they are because they get paid.
Yeah.
The 2 years back, they get to pay that interest. Yeah, they have to pay that interest. You are correct. And so, but we're trying to minimize that because it also hurts the district, because that's money that they could spend on something else or pay back the debt that it's just going out the door. And I'm a big advocate of no interest, not even taking that, but districts aren't used to having a cash reserve. I mean, some districts who have had them in the past and stuff there are good with that, but I always want to have that reserve for those cash timing and stuff there. So
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much. We appreciate the work being done to kind of right the ship for Antelope. Thank you. I'll move us on to 5E, kind of the flip side, then we'll take a break right after this agenda item. And 5E is presentation, discussion, and possible action to determine the Cedar Unified School District in compliance with the Uniform System of Financial Records and terminate the receivership for Cedar Unified School District pursuant to ARS 15103J. Director Ross.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board.
I'm sorry. Aaron, please, I'm sorry.
We're interchangeable. This item is, again, will be presented by Mr. Kenny. He's been doing the work for Cedar Unified. Just very brief background. He'll speak a little bit more. This district was placed into receivership in 2011, so it's been quite some time. For the board to take action to remove a district from receivership, there are 4 criteria that need to be met. The first is that the Auditor General has certified the district has been financially solvent for 1 fiscal year. They do an analysis of the prior year as well as current solvency up to the point of that review. The Auditor General must certify that the district's financial records are in compliance with USFR and General Accepted Accounting Principles, or GAAP. The receiver must certify that the district is no longer engaged in gross mismanagement, and then the board determines that the district is able to pay its debts, and we have a recommendation from the receiver. So Mr. Kenny will talk a little bit more about the background of this district, the works that has led up to this point, and then we'll lead into potential action by the board.
Thank you.
Yep. Again, okay, and this has been a long-term time coming, and I'm excited for this one. I've wanted this gone for the last few years anyway. So basically, I'll give you this was a voluntary receivership back in 2011. I wasn't on as the receiver at that point in time. I came in later, or somebody else in the firm that I work for who retired. But go ahead and go to the first one. I'll give you a brief summary on that. Basically, there was over $3.75 million in debt when the receivership took over. There was a state aid overpayment of $795,000 that time, and that was even higher at some point in time. But basically, that was due to district filing the wrong ADM reports, and that was for a couple of years and stuff. So they had to pay that back to the state. And because they had to pay that back to the state, they only had 2 years to do that. And of course, they couldn't do all that. Well, all that we'll go to the next slide to explain that in a minute. But they also had a bond debt of $2.9 million. And all this came about because they built a high school during a declining ADM years in ADM, and that continued to decline during the receivership. But anyway, so that they had to pay $500,000 a year on. They had outstanding loan to Wells Fargo of $200,000 when he came in, and they'd overspent their white cone capital by $695,000, which is about $3.75 million that they had to repay in order to get back to solvent. So anyway, good. And so this is that's how the debts were repaid in fiscal year 2011. They repaid $234,000 of that. We came in the close of the year. They had the remaining balance. They went to legislation, got a bill, the House bill of 2707, which allowed them to pay that back over a 7-year period by the state withholding a fixed amount of their state funding every year. That got paid back in 2020. The bond debt was being paid out of their impact aid funds. I understand this district is on the Indian reservation. Half their funding is coming from the state, and half their funding, their general funds, is coming from impact aid, federal grants. That's what they were operating on. The Wells Fargo loan was because they demanded that repayment when they went to receivership there. They ended up having working with the county, getting a registered warrant to pay that back. Then they had to pay the registered warrants back in 2012. The nice thing is that's the only time they ever had registered warrants the whole time of the receivership. We were able to operate every year within the budget after that, and number of registered warrants. It was tight, number of years, but we were able to do that and stay under. And then they had the White Kiln capital expenditure negative account of $695. I have a similar situation here with about $350,000 in negative fund accounts and stuff there that I have to pay back that happened sometime 1920, 1918 and stuff. And they never repaid these accounts. And the only way to repay these types of accounts is out of your general funds. So you have to transfer general funds to zero those accounts out because they've already been spent. That was the last thing that we ended up having to take care of because we always wanted to have enough of our general funds to pay our ongoing bills and stuff there. But anyway, go to the next one. They were determined to be non-compliant in November of 2020, which is fiscal year 2021. They had some issues. Now they always had some issues, but they never were completely non-compliant. They always had some financial stuff, but there was a few things that happened. Now between 2009, I'll just tell you in this thing, these are some of the things that I had going 2019 and 2022, had a lot of turnover administration there. It's a rural area, and some of the people that we got weren't the best, and that's why I had to turn them over and stuff real quick. and stuff there because I'd see we'd be making progress and then we'd have backfall. So then we worked to get that fixed, get that out, and as said, in August 23, the AG's office issued a letter saying that we were no longer non-compliant and stuff there. So go to the next slide. These are this district's major challenges that we had and dealing with, and the district always will have to continue to be aware of and stuff there. Now that the biggest thing that we had to deal with was a decline in a student ADM there. When the district was put in receivership, they were averaging 250 students, which was a big decline even from years prior to that. They declined as low as 100 at one year, and that was during COVID. But 113 stuff this year, they're at 120. They're on their way back up, but a little bit. But I don't think they'll ever be a huge school again, being on there. But they can easily be to 150 to 200 students if things keep going, doing the right things. But but cutting the students by less than 50, more than 50% has a huge decrease in their cash year on an annual basis. Because when the district started, the anticipation was with the number of students when they went into receivership, the anticipation was as soon as that bond was paid off, they would have all this extra money because they were paying $500,000 a year out of their things. Well, by the time that bond was paid off, their student has cut in half. Now that $500,000 is needed just to operate on an annual basis. So it wasn't free cash anymore. So then we had to and we realized this early on, we had to reorganize and figure out how we're going to pay the rest of this debt off and stuff. So then we set up a plan of how much we're going to pay each year, how much we're going to come under budget and pay that back. And that was supposed to be paid off fiscal year 23. We actually ended up paying it off fiscal year 22. So a year ahead of schedule. So we became compliant by end of fiscal year 22. In my opinion, we were financially solvent. Okay. Then they're always going to have delayed cash receipts because half their general funding is from impact aid, and that they get their impact aid payments pending typically end of October, could be November, December, depends on federal legislation. But they approve it fast, so that sometimes gets delayed, and then they get a second payment like April. So they get 2 payments a year for their thing. So for the first 5 months, they were operating only on the state aid, which, when you start up school, in the beginning of the year, you have a lot of bills you have to pay right up front. So, and we were able to do it. We were able not to ever register warrants. We were tight and stuff there, but we never had any money left over for reserve. So the objective was, again, to build reserves so that we would never have to worry about that at some point. I didn't think we would be able to do it as quickly as now some of the major accomplishments that happened, that we were able to do this. But by the end of this year, we had a $700,000 cash reserve on maybe a $2.5 million, 2.5 million general budget. We have $700,000 extra reserved at the end of this year. Granted, I will say that although COVID was a bad thing, and for education, it did help here because we would have not had that much money in reserves without the ESSER funds. Simply. You can go to the next slide. I don't know if I have it on this slide. I'm not reading the slides. I'm just talking. I'm sorry. If I miss something, you see something, tell me. This is district set up for future success. And, in my opinion, the district is in really good shape at this point in time. Over the years, all these years with declining, the district has learned to operate within their cash budget. And they've not having to register warrants or anything like that. They were able to do that and get all this 3.75 paid off. Now, that's a lot of money to pay back. Now, now that they've been able to build this cash reserve for emergencies, knowing that, that's going to be an additional help to them in the sense when their delayed cash payments are coming in and stuff, they can use that funds and then replenish that when they get their big lump sum there. So they shouldn't have any problem from a cash operating standpoint either. The third thing that's happened over the years is they're in the process of finishing, but they've already replaced a lot of their capital improvements and stuff that they've had. I mean, they have a new bus line. I think their oldest bus line now is between ESSER and some of the grant things that happened the last few years is probably 3 to 4 years old. So they're almost a whole new bus line. They have new computers, new screens, new with the ESSER funds that they've used. They're revamping the whole school inside and stuff there. So they're going to be in shape that they don't have any major capital needs for a while. And what I've talked to the new superintendent, who's on the same wavelength as me, is planning ahead. That basically put a 5-10 year plan and capital expenditures out there, plan it, put it in your budget now, so you don't run into trouble, and then you implement those year after year. So this district, it would take a lot for them to be in trouble again. Someone would really have to come in and just ignore everything they've got going.
Well, that is a good news story, Mr. Kenny. Do you have any additional, or are you prepared to have me call the question?
No, I'm prepared. This is just the last slide is basically going through the requirements to be removed from receivership, and my request that the district consider removing the district from receivership.
Fantastic. Once again, I appreciate your presentation. Before I call the question, are there any questions for Mr. Kenny?
I just had one quick question. This is a huge accomplishment. This is Member Haley.
Yeah, please.
My hope is that any future board or any future superintendent would be made aware of the hard work that had been done over the last, I think, 12 or 13 years. Is there systems in place to make sure that future boards are either educated, made aware, understand fiscal discipline,
there are,
et cetera?
Exactly. There is continuing. We have implemented continuing education for the board members year after year. Of course, I'm not there. I can't do that. I mean, it's the board is only as if the board changes hands, it's only as strong as the administration and the rest of the board keeping that when I'm not there. Unfortunately, I can't be there to do that over and over and stuff there. But right now, we have a very strong administration. We have a knowledgeable board. So I, as long as they continue to do what they're supposed to and follow the guidance, what's the policies that have been implemented, and they continue to get education. The problem with a lot of the board members they're all volunteer, and it's hard things that I've experienced it. Well, it and different cultures too have different things there. So there's a lot of times, and this one has two different cultures that blend together, and there could be some competition in regards to that, and that was an issue there. But as long as they they are getting the education and looking out for the best interest of the district, they shouldn't have any issues. But I find a lot of times board members just start to trust too quickly, and then my biggest role there is to educate them that they are the end all responsible party. They have to ask the questions. And I know when I got the board doing the right thing is when I'm on the board meeting, because I don't participate in the board meetings. I mean, unless I'm specifically asked a question, I'm just there as an observer, and I review the reports before, and I'll talk to them and tell them. And if I have an objection to something and the board wants to do something, I'll let the board know in advance. But that's an issue that if you go forward with that, I'm probably going to override it because it has a risk. Cool. But the board will. But I do try to teach them to ask a lot of questions if they don't have the answer. And when I start hearing questions, I know they're getting it and stuff there. So.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Well, again, there's some good symmetry to a 120-day report from Antelope and a 12-year ending of Cedar. So I will then ask for, do I have a motion that the board find Cedar Unified School District in compliance with the Uniform System of Financial Records and to remove Cedar Unified School District from receivership pursuant to ARS 15-103. Do I have such a motion? Jason. Thank you, Member Katniss. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Clay, thank you so very much. Any further conversation? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'll ask that we take a 10-minute break at this point. Folks can get up, stretch their legs, and I'll ask that we restart at 11:25. Thank you.
I think we're about to get started again, right, Dr. Core?
I think so, yeah, they'll, when everyone reconvenes, I think they'll turn us on. When do you break for the holidays?
We get off on the 22nd. What about you?
Yeah, I think 21st is our last.
Perfect.
And then you come back like the 8th?
Yep.
What a pleasure, right? I mean, I never take that for granted. It's just so nice.
Yes, it's nice. But your kids are in finals right now, right?
Yeah. Actually, Megan graduates with her master's from U of A. So she's got a final project due Wednesday, and then she's done.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congrats.
So yeah, it was a quiet weekend. They were all, Molly's a PhD student and she had a big paper due, so not a peep to be heard all weekend. So it was all right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was. No such.
Oh, you cut up.
Well, guys, if I don't see you, a Merry Christmas to you both.
Merry Christmas to you, Dr. Clay. Dr. Clay, I wish that I could speak at your convention. Those days just didn't work out.
That is no problem. Helios is going to come down and with a solution tree. So when I found that you couldn't, I pushed a little harder. So again, Helios will be there and do a session, and they're going to do a couple of, they're going to speak, and then we're trying to get a good relationship with Solution Tree because they're so expensive, and I want the smaller schools in the rural areas to have a chance to.
Okay, we're
All
sorry
right.
to cut you off there. We're gonna get started here.
All right, fantastic. Well, we once again proved that there has never been a 10-minute break in the history of education. That our record remains intact. So I see that we're recording again, so I'll bring us back into session, move us on to 5F. I'll get this teed up, and then at some point, probably during this agenda item, I'm going to have to leave to go tend to my district governing board meeting. And again, my appreciation to Vice President Haley for kind of taking the reins at that point. So with that, 5F, which is presentation and discussion of educator preparation programs, biannual report and data. Director Ross.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. With us today, we have Bruce Duplanty and his team from the Arizona Department of Education to talk about some new data, newly collated data on educator prep programs.
Thank you, Superintendent Horn, President Kaur, members of the board. It's my pleasure just to really kind of tee this off for my team. I'd like to introduce, by name, James Halloran and Shannon Bernal. This team is the team that does the Ed Prep program approval work. They get the reviewers, they coordinate all those efforts. This is the team that collected the biannual reports, provided the summary, and then also facilitated working with our data people to get the data that follows on the backside of this. So, and just so you know, they've been with us since April and June, respectively. We had staff turnover, but they are amazing, hit the ground running and learned everything that there is to learn about the rule and the statutes around this, and are really systems focused. And so you'll see some great attention to detail. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to Shannon Bernal.
Thank you. Good morning, President Kaur, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. The purpose of our presentation is to fulfill the requirements written in state board rules for educator preparation programs. Board Rule 7-2, 604.2, letter K, states each approved professional preparation institution shall submit a biannual report with the department documenting educator preparation programs activities for the previous 2 years. Further, letter A on the same rule states that the department shall provide annual updates to the board and make publicly available information summarizing the biannual reports to include but not limited to program status, deficiencies, and commendations. Next slide. Educator preparation programs adhere to submission cycles based on their date of approval. Currently, Arizona has 239 state board approved educator prep programs from 55 institutions. Not all approved programs or institutions are represented in this report due to biannual submission cycles. Next slide. I will now be walking us through the details of the summary table at the top of the executive summary report. Highlight each of the area of the table and describing its content on separate slides. So some of the areas are a little blurred out, and that's intentional just so that we can focus on one area. For each professional preparation institution, the table reports the number of programs that were due in the cycle, the number of biannual reports we received, the total number of approved programs for each institution, their program status, and updates on deficiency fulfillment were determined at the time of approval. Represented in the data are Arizona institutions of higher ed, alternative-based programs, including classroom-based programs for the fiscal year 2023. Nearly all of the reports due were reported to ADE. To contextualize the scope of the executive summary, we've added a total approved program column, indicating the total number of EPPs for each institution that reported this cycle. All 52 programs in the cycle are actively enrolling candidates. Programs that had initial state board approval with deficiencies are required to report how these deficiencies were rectified in their biannual report. 2 of the EPPs had deficiencies and were satisfied in their first biannual. The majority of programs reporting in the cycle are traditional. There are 47
being reported, 4 alternative, and 1 classroom-based. The programs lead to a wide range of certificates from early childhood education to school psychology. Lastly, programs included are degree and non-degree bearing. There are 18 bachelor, 14 master, and 1 doctorate program reporting, and 20 programs that are considered non-degree bearing. Biannual reports prompt preparation programs to discuss deficiencies, refinements. Next slide. Summary of stakeholder exit interviews and surveys, completer achievement data, and any commendations that would like to be highlighted by the EPP in alignment with board rule. In summary, in reviewing the biannual reports in this cycle, preparation institutions have noted that they have updated their programs in early childhood education and elementary education to reflect current literacy requirements. Further, special education programs have aligned their program contents to Council for Exceptional Children revised 2020 standards. Lastly, there has been a focus in their summaries on continuous improvement. Preparation institutions self-report on enrollment and total program completers. Data indicates a general increase in total enrollment numbers as well as an increase in program completers for most of the reporting programs. And data for classroom-based programs was 100%. I will now hand it over to my partner, James O'Halloran, where he will be discussing completer data compiled from the newly released pipeline dashboard.
Good morning, President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. In the first graph on the next slide, the first graph allows us to follow completers from all of the approved teacher preparation programs over the last 3 years. We began collecting this data electronically from our EdPrep programs in 2021, so we can now follow all completers to see how many individuals continue to get certified and become employed in our schools here in Arizona. The blue bars of the graph represent the number of institutional recommendations, or IRs, that were reported. The red bar represents the number of unique individuals from that IR class that went on to get a standard certificate in Arizona. It should be known that these charts do not include alternative certificates, intern certificates, or substitute certificates. And finally, the copper or orange bars represent the number of unique individuals from that IR class that were ever reported in the teacher input application, also known as TIA. The districts, all districts and charters are required to self-report and enter their certified staff members and some select classified staff members into TIA on a yearly basis. If an individual was ever reported in TIA, they will be counted. It does not have to be for that specific year. Please note with this data, the due date for this year's TIA report was set to close after this presentation was created and submitted. So approximately 1/3 of the TIA data was still outstanding when it was pulled. This will mostly greatly affect the last orange bar, as most 2023 IR recipients would have just finished their program this summer and entered schools this fall. You might be concerned with the gap between certificate issuance and teachers reported in TIA. As we'll show an example on the next slide, we have 2 programs in the state with a large online national presence. So typically, those completers may not seek Arizona certification at all, or may obtain an Arizona certificate only for reciprocity in their home state. Next slide. Oh, thank you. This slide shows the same data previously displayed, but is now broken out by the 4 EPPs with the largest number of institutional reports: Arizona State University, Grand Canyon University, Northern Arizona University, and the University of Arizona. One thing to keep in mind about Grand Canyon is their large online presence. A significant portion of their program completers do not reside in Arizona and do not intend to be employed in an Arizona school. Most of their completers do go ahead to obtain teaching certificates, what they can use to get reciprocal certificates in their home state. If we look at the orange bars, we can see that Arizona State University had the largest direct impact in our schools, with almost 2,000 of their completers going on to be reported as employed in an Arizona school. Impact on Arizona classrooms. If we look at this information in terms of percentage of completers versus the raw numbers we were looking at before, you can see what percentage of program completers make it to our Arizona schools. The average for all Arizona approved programs together is 52%, with 3 of our major universities all hovering around 70%. And again, the overall state percentage is lowered because Grand Canyon University reports the largest number of completers, but had such a low percentage reported in TIA. This is the longevity graph in raw numbers going back to 2013. One question we're often presented with is, do we know how long teachers from certain programs are staying in the classrooms? This is a challenging question to answer since we just started collecting IR data electronically in 2021. However, we do have some raw data that we can follow. Here in this graph, you can follow the 4 institutes that had 30 or more IRs reported in 2023. Each year, we've followed that unique group of completers from 2013 to see how many were reported in TIA each year and how many remained in the classroom 10 years later. Steep drop-offs are worrisome, like with what we see with Rio and ASU in years 3 and 4. Thing to remember is the flatter the line, the better the longevity. The first 3 to 4 years has traditionally seen a drop-off with people choosing to leave the field. The trend, though, seems to be getting more problematic over time. In 2019, according to TIA, the state had a 14% turnover rate, with 19% of those teachers who left the classroom being in their first 4 years. In 2020, new teachers leaving were at 17% of that year's turnover. In 2021, it was almost 22%. And in 2022, it was 23% with a statewide turnover rate of 18.5%. Next slide. Thank you. This graph here is the same information presented as percents instead of raw numbers, and only for the first 5 years. So in terms of longevity of those that started in the classroom in 2013, completers from Grand Canyon University had the highest percent remain in the classroom in year 5 at 78%. And those of you, if you have your presentation package, you can flip back and forth to compare the raw numbers to percent for a greater context. This longevity in raw numbers starts with 2018, the 2018 cohort, and it follows them over a 5-year period. We've included all institutes with at least 10 teachers starting in 2018. Once again, the flatter the line, the better the longevity is. Next slide. This is the same information as the previous slide, presented as percentages to allow more of a one-to-one comparison. Once again, it is important to look at both slides, raw numbers and percentages, when analyzing longevity. We also have to keep in mind that there are so many factors that influence whether teachers do or do not stay in the profession. So following and presenting this data, it has to be done very cautiously. A teacher could have been prepared extremely well, but put into a school environment that was not supportive, or may have chosen to leave the profession. And you can pop all of these up. Thank you. So just for final notes, in the future, our EPP team hopes to refine our processes in making these products more detailed and relevant to whatever's happening in the times for teachers at that moment. The addendum that came with this particular presentation was supplemental data pulled from ADE's Recruitment and Retention Division. It highlights the PPI's institutional recommendation, tracking the number of certificates issued and the number of reported TIA applications. Findings represent the program from the previous 2 years and have not the immediate categorical data, and it captures both reported and non-reported EPPs from each institution.
And then I just wanted to add some other notes around, this is kind of a mix of not only ed prep and pipeline, but also retention data. Because I know you've been really interested in that, and it speaks to that, right? The dashboard that a lot of this data comes from is now publicly available. I've given the link to State Board staff, so I'm sure they can pass that on. It's arizonaed.gov teach/teach/ and then this is all with dashes, educator dash recruitment dash retention dash repository. And there's a data tab in there. And there's a workforce turnover rate data dashboard. There's an ed prep pipeline dashboard that includes a lot of this information. Those kind of dark background slides that show the fall off in year 3, which has always been the thing, right? It's been a thing since I started in the 90s, is that's when people tend to make decisions in year 3. I guess the point is that it's become worse now. That is a group that it seems like they're leaving at a bigger percentage. Some other questions might be around particular certificates, this pipeline information, or even particular content areas. That is also on that dashboard. You can drill in on that dashboard by institution, their programs, what certificates they issue, and you can see specific information about the pipeline of that certificate, such as a mild moderate, moderate severe. And then furthermore, there's also a tab around looking at content areas, which is a little different. From our certification lens, it's the secondary middle grade certificates that hold content areas. And so that's, if we're going to look at a certificate, that's what we'd look at. And then you have to kind of drill in and look at math teachers and look at social studies. So, you know, they said it a couple times in the narrative around effectiveness of ed prep programs. And I think at this point, from our perspective with the data that we do have, that this is the most objective look of just the data that we have. There's so much more that goes into placement of a teacher and their experiences, and then where they're placed and supports that they have. So, you know, I guess I would highlight the notion of a purpose, and I think our conversation over time is I think we're on the same page, is purposeful preparation, focusing on the best and effective practices, meaningful field experiences and placements with appropriate supports for those folks, you know, placement with a talented teacher, but who's also talented not only educating and impacting children, but also working with their peers, because they're put in a role of coaching and mentoring to stand that person up and prepare them for the field ahead. And so supporting new teachers and learning, you know, after ed prep is critical as well. So I'll yield for questions or comments.
Is Dr. Kaur still with us?
I believe he's left the meeting, Vice President Haley.
I get to be the moderator. Thank you so much, Bruce, for your presentation, your colleagues. It was really fantastic. I think I saw Dr. Clay raise her hand. So.
Vice President Haley, members of the board, and first of all, this was a wonderful, very informational presentation. One of my plans is to post this on some of our websites so that the public can see this, because the more we know and the more the public knows, the more they can support us and give us recommendations. My question is, do we know exactly why teachers leave the profession? And some schools, they do have an exit survey when a teacher leaves. Is there any way we can capture that information? Is there any way we can request that information from schools? I would like to capture that information. That's my biggest thing.
Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley, members of the board, Member Clay. We have in the past asked for that when they were reporting to TIA. We've asked for exit reasons. It's a more difficult chore than one would think. And especially when human resource professionals, business professionals are trying to get their staffs in a timely manner. And then when somebody's pulled off and they have to check their files and go back and try to categorize, because everybody is site-based, everybody has different exit surveys, ask different questions, so that it varies. I know that's on our roadmap. Our thinking from a data perspective is if we can modernize the teacher input application, allow some maybe direct connections to vendors that the HR systems use, if there might be a way to automate that to make that efficient and doable for human resources departments. And I know I think superintendent has some plans as well, and I'll let him speak to that.
Superintendent Horn?
Yeah, tell me if I've accurately understood, is it true that in 9 years, we lose 63% of our teachers?
Are you asking me that?
Superintendent,
I know we-
Vice President Haley, members of the board, Superintendent Horn. I think the data would tease that out. You may be right. I would have to just specifically query on that.
Hey,
I mean,
I got data that
yeah.
said that we lose 40% in 3 years, and in 9 years, we lose another 23%. So that adds up to 63%.
Oh, it's spread over time. You won't see that in 1 year, but those buckets of educators in those brackets, that's their turnover rate in that time.
That was my question. Over 9 years,
Yeah.
we lose 63%. Do we produce enough teachers in 9 years to make up for that 63%?
I don't believe we do.
So in the very long term, if the trends don't change, we end up with 0 teachers, right?
Correct.
So I think we have an extreme emergency on our hands. I expect to report this to the legislature. I usually give State of Education speech to the House and the Senate in January. I think it would be a good idea if the state board, I would propose the state board consider at our next meeting, joining in that information to the legislature. In the private sector, if you don't get enough employees to do the job, you take action. You raise the salaries, you raise the working conditions, whatever you have to do. At the state level, it's a little harder, but with the proper information, hopefully the state could react. But personally, I view this as an extreme emergency. We already have a bad teacher shortage, especially in some areas like special ed, where we can't get qualified teachers to teach kids who need it the most. And the situation is getting worse at a steep rate. So I view this as an extreme emergency, and I will report it that way to the legislature. And hopefully in the next meeting, we can decide if the state board will join with me in doing that.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Member Clay? Dr. Clay?
What I'd like to, my biggest concern is the why. I get a lot of whys from across the state, and to capture that information. Is there any way that maybe the Department of Education can put something online for teachers who are leaving, and just say, put an exit survey online? Any way we can capture, even if it's, 5% of the information right now is better than none, just so that we can get our fingers on a pulse of what is going on, just so that we can get a bigger landscape or a better landscape of what's going on. That's a start, with what Superintendent Horn is going to do. This is something that we can do under our control right now without asking anybody else to help us. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, why are you leaving? And that should be put out to the whole state. That's just a recommendation for the concern that I have.
Yes, we are involved in an extensive, detailed study of the data. In the next month or two, I will report, I think, very reliable data on the reasons that teachers leave, which will tell us what the solutions are. And I promise that to you in the next month or two.
That's great.
Thank you, Superintendent Horn.
Member Meyerson?
Thank you, Member Haley and Superintendent Horn. I would just echo your concern and just sort of this being a huge emergency, both in terms of what schools are facing today and the potential for this over the long term. And also just to echo the getting that data of what the trend looks like and then what the incoming pipeline is and how those two may or may not meet as just kind of critical data. So just echoing that completely. And then I guess my second question would be, is there anything where we're seeing bright spots in, there are schools that have strong retention data. There are places where we can look at, not even, I think I almost just sort of hate the term best practices at this point because that like feels like a manual on a shelf somewhere. But where are there bright spots and where can we look to replicate positive things coming out of schools doing a strong job of retention?
Superintendent Horn, Vice Chair Haley, members. Yes, the recruitment retention team has been involved in that work. At the creation of the turnover dashboard, we further delve into that and identified high flyers with different, different flavors, suburban, urban, rural, remote, as well as strugglers. And our intention is, and we've already started the work, to go out and see what's happening, right? In the effort to make toolkits, repositories, and our ability to support, like here's an LEA that has less than the state average of turnover, and here's what they're doing. And we can connect you and we can help be your thought partner around that. So we've begun to engage in that work. I would say initial results are a robust mentoring program. Everybody does induction. We hook the person up and say, here's your name badge. Here's how you use a Xerox machine. Don't make the principal secretary mad. And this person will get you Starbucks on Friday and it's a shoulder to cry on.
Sounds accurate. Yes.
But that's a buddy teacher. And we need buddy teachers, but we also need mentors. And Dr. Ingersoll has a lot of data around it as well. It is the strategy. It is the strategy to move. They learn how to adult, they learn how to be a teacher because that person's in the room observing them, but it's not the evaluation. I have the skills as a mentor to coach, move your practice forward, reflect, teach you how to reflect as a teacher, move your practice forward. So the results have been for years on a robust mentoring program that retention increases and student results increase almost immediately. And so there are LEAs in Arizona that do that really well and make it their own. They may not have a 1-to-15 release ratio, but they find a way to release to help that new teacher reflect. And I think kind of hand in hand with that, the bright shining spots as well have a really strong community and culture, a culture of caring. They shift systems, they shift staffing models when needed to support the newest in the field and get them up to speed to not only impact retention, but have a positive effect on kids.
No, I appreciate that. One thing, maybe then just as a note, so coming from a charter school perspective, one thing, and I don't know if this is still the case because we've kind of created this internally now for ourselves, but originally we were not able to get a lot of the student teacher placements with some of the universities because they required certified staff members to be the quote unquote mentor teacher. And I think that obviously as a charter school, we're not required to have all of our staff be certified. And so wondering if there is an opportunity as we think about how to continue to think about increasing the number of mentors, not necessarily ensuring or requiring that they have that certification if there's other pieces, because we were not able to then have a lot of the university intern placements as a result of that. So just one thing I would name as a point of consideration.
Can I add?
Please.
Add on. And so like there's two sides when you hear the term mentor. There's the cooperating teacher mentor. And the way the rule is written right now is because you're seeking certification, your cooperating teacher needs to be certified. But the bright spots in LEAs are mostly after ed prep, and it's those mentors that arm in arm with the person to get their professional practice move forward.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great point. I think mine was more on like the pipeline coming in, right, question, which put us at a I guess, quote unquote, disadvantage, but I couldn't agree more that once they're there, they also need the mentor, and that's critically important. And we can do that regardless of certification. So I appreciate the point.
Thank you.
Member Clark.
I was wondering if we could pull the slide up again about the highest, it was the prep programs and it was the highest percentage after 1 year, 3 year, and then 5 years.
I can't read that.
Because I had a question about that related to pipeline.
Yeah, a little ways in.
I tried to write down the number and find on here, but I couldn't find it either.
22. 18? 18?
Yeah, I think, is that, yes, longevity in percents, yeah. Actually, that was the one that I was. Yes, there you go. So I'm looking at that and I heard you mention at the beginning that, you know, the number for Grand Canyon University is very high because they have online. So the number that actually kind of end up, you know, in the classroom here in Arizona is a little bit of a lower number. But then this is only for Arizona longevity in percents. Is that correct? Like, because this is based on TIA. So I'm looking at GCU year 5 and it's 78%.
So that's why the narrative, they kind of articulated this. So, Carrie, who you met, who couldn't be here today, that was her narrative. And she would say, you need to look at the previous one and this one, because it's the percent of people who out of GCU, the folks that got into the state system. So not just got certified, but that smaller number from the IRs that actually got into our classrooms. This is their stay rate.
So that is really significant to me. Thank God for Grand Canyon University. And if we're talking about retention, which the superintendent is bringing up as the priority of, we need to make sure that not only do we have the inputs, but that these teachers are actually happy and successful at year 5. Well, Grand Canyon University is doing something right. And so I would love to know more and understand more, even just from that cohort. Why are the teachers that are coming out of Grand Canyon University sticking around so long? What is GCU doing right? And my wheels are turning here just because I had the opportunity to serve on their Honors College Advisory Board way back when. And GCU has a lot of homeschooled students. And I've been surprised to hear about how many of those students are performing really well at GCU and interested in the teaching profession. So my wheels are just spinning because I'd love to know the backgrounds of the students at GCU that are in their prep program, because they're sticking around. And that should be something that we should really take into account when we're looking at how we're going to solve this teacher shortage crisis, that whatever Grand Canyon University is doing is obviously pretty remarkable. So I just wanted to ask that to make sure I understood it and then highlight them.
Member Kravickas.
Hi, Bruce. Thank you, team, very much. That was a very informative presentation. I have 2 thoughts. One is, when I think in the context of this conversation, when I think of LEAs, they're the employers. So I think, and I know you guys talk to people all the time regularly, but I think that's really important information. What are the employers saying about the people that they're hiring and why they think people are leaving? Which prep programs are doing not necessarily the best, but the things that they may value, because every school, depending on where you are, what you're teaching, can differ. But I think that's a perspective I would really love to hear more from. And the second thing I wanted to think about is innovation. I wouldn't disagree with anything anybody has said, and we've been saying about this issue for a very long time. But at some point, we also have to think differently about the workforce. I mean, Kyrene has a really cool pilot program. Mesa has a cool pilot program with ASU. I think what is the next gen workforce initiative? And let's start thinking differently, which is also what you would happen in the private sector, is you would see this data, which we've all kind of seen it, and we need to keep seeing it, is that's not changing anywhere in the new trajectory. We need to think differently about how to use the people that are already there and coming in. So I just want to throw that out on the plate, and things that the board may be able to do to give schools the flexibility they need to innovate too.
Any other questions?
I have
Member
one.
Clay. Member Clay.
There is one more thing I'd like to recommend. You know, we talk about mentors, and now we're talking about someone who, I was an assistant principal and I was a CT director, and we brought a lot of people in from the workforce to become teachers. Okay, and what Career Technical Education did was, we had a checklist of all the different things we had to do with them, and all the different additional classes that they had to take, sitting down, talking to them, talking about instructional strategies, talking about all these different things. And I remember all of the core teachers they were a little jealous, okay, of the attention that we gave to our CTE teachers. Let me tell you a background of some of our CTE teachers. You have a couple of them in the Department of Education that started out with me, and they're doing great things in the Department of Education. We have a lot of CTE teachers who are principals now, okay, or who are rock star teachers. They stayed in the profession, and it could be because of how we did things. It could be because of the time we spent with them, but principals have to make purposeful time to do this. I had to take purposeful time in the summer. I had to take time throughout the school years. Come back in, let's talk about this. Let me show you how to do this. Okay, we're going to send you to these courses right here. All these courses were available, and they're still available through CTE. But the thing is, we do have to start doing things differently. And I would like you to take a minute and look at some of the classes, the required classes that teachers who are coming into the profession, they have to take. These teachers are rock stars, and a lot of them are our teacher of the years. 5 of them from me, okay, from where I'm at. Okay, 1 of them became actual state teacher of the year. So the thing is, all we have to do really is to give our leaders purposeful time, a reason. I don't know, a lot of times principals say, I don't have enough time to manage that. So what do we do about that? Do we get somebody in each schools where that happens? I don't know, but I know that a lot of core teachers wish they had the attention, okay, and the direction that a lot of career and technical education teachers have. That's something that if you can get with CTE and see what they have and the courses that they have, they're amazing. And I'm going to tell you something. I am from CTE. I did not come up in regular education. I was in the military 25 years. Then I became a teacher. And I had some amazing, amazing mentors who took time and explained everything to me and motivated me to want to do better, motivated me to look beyond what I am now, and look what I am now. And that same mentor, she's still to this day, and her name is Veda Phelps. Okay. She's a charter school person. She still follows me to ensure that I do the right thing and I say the right thing. And I think if she said anything negative to me, I'd just pass out. All right. Because that's how much effect she had on my life as a mentor to make sure I live to my potential. Okay. She had the time, she had the money, she made sure that happened. We need to do that. This is not hard. Okay. It's not hard. We just have to look at all the best practices and make some good plans. Maybe put some money out there, maybe put some positions out there, but I'm telling you, it works. But it takes a lot of time. I know, because I did it. I am a product of it, and that's why I knew how to do it. And I did it. It works. Okay. And again, go look in your department. You got some of my people working at your department right now. There's rock stars. We can do this, guys. So that's my little spill. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clay. I just have a few quick questions about the report. I think, does anybody else have questions? No? You have one? Okay. Just why did 2 educator prep programs not submit data? Do we know?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. To be honest with you, we do not know why they have not. This is a self-report that they have to do. They have all the tools and materials that they need to go ahead and to submit that report. However, some institutions move at a faster pace than others. So we have done our due diligence to reach out to them, to offer them support, to meet with them virtually or in person. However, those reports still have not come in yet.
Thank you. I think there was just 2, ACU and U of A did not submit reports. Just another question. There have been quite a bit of discussion by this board and certainly by prior boards about the importance of science of reading. And there's been a huge effort by certainly the board and the Department of Education to help support districts and now our educator prep programs on requiring the science of reading. Do we have any sort of indication of how that is now helping support our educators as they are leaving our higher ed institution prep programs and now entering our schools?
Superintendent Horn, Member Haley, sorry, Vice Chair Haley.
Okay.
It would be anecdotal, and at this point, I think it's a little too early. Like nobody's really applied for the endorsement yet because it's not due.
Yeah.
But we've got all the infrastructure in place, right? All ed prep institutions. I just lost the word. They said that they had the courses in place in August of 2022. And now as we do biennials, we're seeing that information. This team has been reaching out and ensuring, along with the certification team, as we see IRs come in, we're making sure that that coursework is aligned and is approved. So, and as they do renewals or reauthorizations, we're making sure that the coursework that they are offering is in alignment with the new expectations.
That's great.
So those pieces are in place, the assessments there, the foundations of reading, there's money there for folks to take their first attempt on the state. And so those pieces are in place. I think it's a little too early to tell from our perspective the impact of that.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, the SB 1572 that required the legislation that required institutes of higher education to add in the 2 courses, one 3-credit course related to the science of reading, and then one related to intervention, assessment, and dyslexia in science of reading. Those have been in place, but the requirement for ed prep candidates is that they have the endorsement by 2025. So we're still a little early on that. However, as Bruce mentioned, there is a required assessment with the K-5 early literacy endorsement, the Foundations of Reading exam, and as teacher candidates and then in-service teachers take that assessment, one of the questions they are asked for demographically is where they did their training, their teacher prep program. So relatively quickly, we will start to have data on passing rates for that exam from specific programs.
And will the department be collecting that information?
It is as part of the contract with Pearson, there is a dashboard that the department has access to with that data, which can be shared with the board as well.
That'll be great to have, because I think that would be really interesting over time to be able to see, because I think long-term, not only where, too bad it's not, foundations of reading for all of our educators, because kids don't stop learning how to read after 4th or 5th grade. They continue, particularly for those that might have struggled earlier. So it'll be really interesting to see over time the impact that has. Also, I was really interesting. I'm glad Member Clark pointed out the several charts. I think it was slides 20 and 22, 21, where it just looked at, or maybe it was like 18 and, slides 20 and 22, just looking at the retention of the different programs. Do we have any sense also of where individuals are going? So when they graduate from these different programs, are they going to urban, high need? Are they going to rural communities? Do we have any sort of sense of what kind of, where our those recent teachers are going?
We could find that. We could make some data around that. Yeah, that would be a big query.
It would be.
That would be a little bit of a research, but we could kind of look at by cohort, by institution, and kind of see how they, ballpark the LEA that they're reported in into the different categories, and then we could break that out. Yeah, and kind of thinking through that, it
would be in Delaware, this is probably like 8 years ago. It's been a little while. Their state legislature took it upon it to have articulation agreements between the higher ed institutions and the LEAs, where individuals, obviously Delaware's a lot smaller than the state of Arizona. And geographically and also population size. But what was really interesting is that they could begin to figure out where individuals were being trained and supported and where they went. And then they could look at student performance data. And over time, they could then, through the powers that be at the Department of Education, they could go back and say, hey, you guys are not doing a very good job. You know, these kind of what you guys are already doing, going out and identifying the bright spots, being able to figure out, okay, these do a really good job, not just with induction, but mentorship. Individuals that are coming from these higher ed institutions have a really steep knowledge in literacy. They have a really great knowledge and expertise in science and math. And these, therefore, individuals are being retained longer, students are performing better, and achievement gaps have been eliminated. And I think it was really, really interesting. I don't know what would prohibit us to be able to look at that information, or I'm not always in favor of lots of mandates, but I was impressed that they were able to get the different people at the table to be able to do that. And as a result, learning certainly improved. So being able to figure out like where people are going, what our institutions are doing, both alternative and higher ed, and now community colleges and Grow Your Own, just being able to see and understand that, I think it plays into the comments that Member Meyerson, Superintendent Horn, others on this panel have said, Member Dr. Clay, how we recruit and retain and sort of ensure that individuals are the best and brightest are in our classrooms for long periods of time. So thank you. Any other, Superintendent Horn?
Yes, first of all, I'm expecting in the next month or two to have a lot of the data that you're asking for. I just want to let the board know how lucky we are to have Bruce as our in charge of our certification. When he was a teacher, he was a Milken Scholar, which means he was one of the 2 or 3 best teachers in the entire state. So we're lucky to have him at the department, and the board's lucky to have him reporting to us.
Executive Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. First of all, I would completely echo that about Bruce and his entire team. They are amazing. Just a couple of quick things that maybe weren't mentioned during the discussion. The department is working on teacher leader endorsement. And and Bruce probably can describe this better than I can, but as a means to sort of provide leadership opportunities to teachers who aren't necessarily interested in going into administration. So that's a place where the mentorship program could have a plug-in. And then the work with TIA, the teacher input application, TIA actually serves another really vital role for the board in that it is where ed discipline is reported for schools. So when a school is looking to hire a teacher, they go into TIA, and any ed discipline that has happened kind of comes up. That's where they first see it, and that's where it's sort of flagged for the board's investigative unit. So keeping TIA updated, both technologically, but also in the self-reporting data from schools is vital. And the department and our investigative unit have recently undertaken a pretty big effort to reach out to schools and districts who haven't updated TIA recently and kind of explain to them the importance of it. So just so you know, that application is of real importance to a lot of the board's work. And then last but not least, the governor's office has had a teacher retention and recruitment task force that's been meeting since the summer. They will be releasing their executive summary of their findings tomorrow, I believe. Aaron and I have a couple invites tomorrow, I believe. And then I think the week after the full report comes, and then we have asked them to come and share their findings with the board at a later date. So just as a heads up.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thanks again, Bruce. Thank you all so much for your presentations. Really helpful information. I've like clamored for it for a year and a half. I think we are now moving to item 5G. Director Ross, do we need to go through a presentation, or do we jump right to a motion?
It's actually up to the board. I can do a quick summary, and then, or the board can go right into a vote. We have covered the strategic plan, legislative agenda, and research agenda. All three are aligned in pretty rich detail in staffing meetings. So it's up to you.
Yeah. Does anybody have any, do we ask if anyone has any comments? Do you do that after the vote or before?
So you would make a motion, and then you would ask to see if there were questions, and then you could go to a vote.
Thank you. Well, in that case, do we have a motion to adopt the Aligned State Board Strategic Plan Legislative Agenda and Research Agenda for 2024?
So moved.
We've got Dr. Hagerman as first and then Member Person for second. Do we have any questions or comments?
I would just make a comment and just thank the board staff immensely and taking all of our feedback and putting it into this document. I think I'm really excited about having a roadmap and a game plan and feel like we'll be able to use this as a means for action, which I think everybody on this board is eager to do. So just thank you all so much.
Any other comments? I just have one brief comment, and I've brought this up before last year, throughout this year, about just the importance of when we look at A through F letter grades and the importance that it actually means something. Obviously, there was a group of individuals that were just on the appeals committee. I really want us to make sure that when an A is an A and a B sort of denote and sort of quantify for parents and teachers and students that an A means like this school's really great and a C has work to do. And if you're a D and an F, you've got a lot of work to do. As we have a number of key priorities that I think are really important on post-secondary, on teacher prep, on early literacy. And I think I'm missing a fourth, but it is career and technical education and workforce pathways. I just think it's really important that we are very clear and that we don't muddy the waters as we think about our different research projects and sort of create incentives for good behavior, I think, for districts. I think those are really important, but I think we need to be very careful that we don't muddy the waters. Because I think, as I've talked about this personally before, I was in honors classes throughout high school. I was at the top of my class and I went to a great higher ed institution and I was totally rocked. And I had access to tutors and lots of other things. We have a really diverse student population. And when a student graduates from an A school, I want them to feel totally confident that anywhere they go in this country, that they are well prepared to succeed in life. I'll get off my little high horse and just step down. But I want to thank you, Director Ross and Deputy Director Wonders, Jessica, so many of the team. Thank you so much for all you have done. And I'm excited to work on this agenda next year. So with that, I think we do a yay and yay and nays. So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing that the ayes have it, I think the agenda is passed. So we're now moving to section 6. This is the call to public. This is a time for individuals to comment items on the consent portion of the enforcement actions. All speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Executive Director Ross, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, there are no requests to speak in this call to the public at this time.
Great, thank you so much. I think then the consent agenda and then we'll jump to item 7. This is the consent agenda for enforcement actions. I'd like to do it in block. So the consent agenda for enforcement actions will be taken in a single motion. Do I have a motion to approve items 7A1 through 7A5, 7B1 through 7B3, 7C1, 7D1 through D2, and 7E1 through 7E4?
So moved.
I'll be second then.
Great. We have Member Katniss as first and then Dr. Hagerman as second. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great. Moving on to item 8. This is the call to the public. This is a time to comment on items on the general session portion of the enforcement actions. All speakers will be limited to 3 minutes or 2 minutes. And Executive Director Ross, have we any requests to speak?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we do. Up first is Flynn Carey, followed by Shirley Reimer, and then Morgan Bigelow.
After a few years, I will learn to push the button. Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I'm the attorney for Shirley Reimer. This case was before the board last month to consider PPAC's finding of a suspension. Superintendent Horn asked for the matter to come back to hear from the other side of the story. The other side of the story is that Ms. Reimer has a 4-year-old DUI and she made an error in reporting it to the board. And PPAC determined that that was sufficient to pull her school psychologist cert for a year, regardless of what she's done to atone for her errors. I know counsel on the other side of this is going to attempt to focus you on the facts of the DUI. Let's be realistic. There are no good DUIs that have good facts. DUIs are a problem. But I think what it's important is to note is the sheer amount of things that she has done to correct this, and the fact that there's no nexus between the DUI and her employment. It didn't happen in performance of her duties. It didn't involve students or colleagues, and it didn't occur during or before work hours. In addition, her extensive work history is devoid of any references to alcohol, impairment, or related concerns. She completed such an in-depth course of remediation that one PPAC member, quote, said she has done all that could be done to remediate her situation, including going inpatient, outpatient, extensive alcohol counseling tailored to DUI. She's maintained a therapist for over 4 years. She is still working with that therapist. And she, despite having the error on the form, she disclosed this issue to all of her employers throughout her career since it occurred. I talked about this briefly. The board has a number of ways to make policy, intentionally or otherwise, and it's part of it is how you address errors that an educator makes. In this case, Ms. Reimer did everything possible, including engaging in serious and significant reflection and rehabilitation. This is the type of rehabilitation the board wants to encourage. The best way to not drive alcohol and mental health issues underground is when someone demonstrates this level of commitment. You demonstrate that the board recognizes that level of commitment. Now, you can take a hard line on DUIs. But the reality is there's plenty of people in the system who may have a substance issue that haven't gotten a DUI. So simply punishing the DUI doesn't solve the problem. What we would suggest is, given the significant steps here, Ms. Reimer be given an opportunity through a letter of censure instead of through a suspension. Also, you're going to hear my colleague on the other side of this say, well, you can't consider global considerations here. You can. You absolutely can. And if we're at the point where the superintendent is having to make emergency pleas to the legislature and referring to, as he did today, the issues with staffing as an emergency, we don't want to lose a school psychologist. So we would again ask to reconsider the PPAC finding and instead issue a letter of censure for this 4-year-old DUI. Thank you.
Excuse me, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Shirley Reimer, followed by Morgan Bigelow, and then Kristen Lilly.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley, and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I apologize. I was raised in Kansas, so talking quickly is not my forte. But I currently work at a title school that we recently did get that A grade. And I look forward to returning to work tomorrow to continue the work that I do with the staff and the students there. And I listened to those that were talking about retention of teachers, and I witness that on a daily basis. I see that many teachers are overwhelmed with the behaviors they have in their classroom, with those learners that may not be typical learners. These are the students that I work with. This is how I support the teachers, and you will hear from my witnesses who can attest to that on a professional level. Those that are supporting me are are those high in the field of school psychology. Dr. Lilly was a state school psychologist of the year. My current administrator, Dr. Ostrom, just received administrator of the year. And I encourage you, if you have not, to read the letters and what they see in me and how necessary what my skill set does provide to the community, to the school, to the staff. I made a mistake, a very life-changing mistake. I do not recognize who that person was today. I have put in consistent effort and into my mental health, into my ability to perform my job at utmost capacity and the best way that I can. Even the woman who hired me, she hired me knowing everything about me. She's known me for over 10 years. All of my witnesses have known me from 10 to 30 years. And we are very much in support of me remaining in the school. Whatever decision you make, I will accept that. I will feel great concern and worry for those children that I will leave behind. Many are in mid-evaluation. I don't show up tomorrow for the 7 o'clock meeting that is scheduled to work with a family. I don't know who will be there to do that. Thank you for this opportunity. I am very blessed to have been able to work as a school psychologist. I enjoy my work and it is very challenging. And I am generally the one who must hold people together at the end of the day who are worked with difficult situations during the day. I'm called on the radio, Ms. Reimer, we need support for this student, and I am there for them. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Morgan Bigelow, followed by Kristen Lilly, and then Ann Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Bigelow with the law firm of Lubin and Enoch PC, and I represent Ian Combs and his enforcement action, which is item number 9A2. I don't have any prepared comments, but I just want to make the board aware that I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Up next, we have Kristen Lilly, followed by Ann Martin, and then William Conrad.
Executive Director Ross, the Kristen Lilly is joining the meeting and getting ready to speak.
I couldn't hear too well. What was the role of the person who just was called on and?
So the Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley, Morgan Bigelow was the most recent caller. Morgan was an attorney representing a case item 9A2 and was just available if there were any questions. If we're having issues with, is she there? Oh, okay, perfect. All right, go ahead, Ms. Lilly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry it took a second. Good morning, Superintendent Horn and board. Thank you so much for being here. I want to speak on behalf of Ms. Reimer. I've known her for 15 years. I was one of her faculty at the University of Arizona. We worked together in Mesa for several years, and now we work together in Tempe Elementary School District. I've been a friend and colleague to Shirley for quite some time. I've watched her grow and make mistakes and then grow some more. And I have no concerns about her working with students right now. She has done everything she could do to remediate her situation. She is thriving at her school. She works with kids with emotional disabilities. She has a background in counseling. She is therapeutic support for everyone on her campus. And I know you spoke of a crisis right now in retention. We're having the same crisis in school psychology. If Shirley can't come to work for the rest of this year, there is no one to do her job. I would have to leave my campus to cover her evaluations, leaving an absence in my space. So I know you guys understand the shortage and the trickle-down effect that that has when we have to jump around and cover things. And I just would ask you to take all of this into consideration. She's just been a wonderful asset to education. She wants to keep working with kids. She accepted her mistake. She has apologized for it. And it's been 4 years. She's been just doing some amazing things. I can't think of anything else to say, but if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Ann Martin, followed by William Conrad, and then Nancy Foley.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. My name is Ann Martin. I'll give you just a little background. I've been in Arizona for over 40 years. I became a teacher in Mesa in 1986. My background is 5th, 6th grade. I taught ESL and I was a math intervention specialist. Just a little more background. I've been married for 32 years. I have twin boys with autism, twin girls, and one 20-year-old. The reason I bring that up is I first met Shirley as a parent when our boys started kindergarten. So that was close to 20 years ago. Having boys with autism, it was pretty difficult for me to, see my kids not as typical developing, children. And it was a wonderful gift to me when I met Shirley, because Shirley was able to befriend me and then bring my boys kind of into a more normal setting. My boys were never invited to birthday parties or things like that. And after meeting Shirley, she made sure that my boys were included with her kids, and just kind of gave them kind of a normal kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade upbringing. And to this day, they're still good friends. So I've known Shirley on a personal level for a long time. Years later, when our kids were getting a little bit older, Shirley made a phone call to me because she had applied to Mesa Public Schools and asked if I knew some principals that she could potentially work under. And I did happen to know both principals at the schools that she was applying to, and I was able to highly recommend her. I happened to mentor both of those teachers when they were new teachers, so it was a really great feeling for me to be able to then recommend my friend, who I knew was a wonderful psychologist, to principals that I knew she would do very well with. I was fortunate to then work at a school with Shirley when I first went back to teaching after I stayed home with my kids for a little bit. And I worked as it was an ELD pull-up program. Shirley was the school psychologist there, and it was just wonderful for me to have that support. One of the students that I had was autistic and a non-English speaker. And I have the background with my own children having autism, but in an education setting, it was different. So it was a great resource for me to have Shirley available at a moment's notice. I could call, she'd come in, and then she would guide me, help me even just with some behavior issues that I was having with this student and with some other students. I saw her do that with teachers across the campus at every school that I saw her at. She was just a wonderful resource to be able to have teachers bounce ideas off her, ask questions. She was able to give them, just some different tools in order to deal with difficult students. That was at one school. When I went to a different school in the Mesa School District, I had a very difficult child, just one example. She would regularly throw desks, cuss at adults, write vulgar words all over the classroom in Sharpie. She was just out of control. And again, Shirley, I could make a phone call, Shirley would be in the room, and she was just a very calming presence. The children respond to her. The children respect her. She just could bring a sense of calm over any situation. And it was just wonderful to see her have that kind of an impact on the school. Those are my personal experiences, but I saw that happen with many, many students around campus, many difficult students that we had in Mesa, and as well as the teachers. Just, she was just a wealth of resource, a wealth of knowledge, and it was wonderful to have her around. I've
you so
also
much.
watched Shirley, you know, with some of these struggles that she's had over the past
Ms.
few
Martin,
years.
thank you.
And
We're at
thank you
time.
so much. We have 3 minutes, so thank you so much for your endorsement. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is William Conrad, followed by Nancy Foley, and then Stephanie Lund.
Can you hear me? Yes. Hello?
Mr. Conrad, you can begin.
Okay. All right. So my name is William Conrad. I'm a school psychologist with the Maricopa Unified School District. This is my 15th year as a school psychologist working within the Arizona public school system. I've had the pleasure of working alongside Shirley Reimer during the 2020-2021 school years at Maricopa High School. During this time at MHS, Shirley and I literally worked side by side. We shared a classroom for 2 years, and that we both worked at this location. In this time, I got to know Shirley not only as a school psychologist, but as a mother, a friend, and a respected colleague. During our time at MHS, Shirley and I would talk about specific work-related things in addition to things in our day-to-day lives. In this time, I learned about her willingness to help out others. When psychologists reached out to ask for help at their school, Shirley was always the first to volunteer. It didn't matter how much work was on her plate, she always made time to help out. Teachers that worked with Shirley and also had great relationships with her, they would always seek out her guidance when they had questions about a student or needed help with writing a goal. Shirley's experience as a school psychologist, as well as a licensed counselor, helped her to give solid advice to others in our district, as well as with support to her friends when they were going through something tough. Shirley is a valuable asset to any school district, especially at a time where districts are understaffed in the areas of school psychologists. Her vast knowledge in the field of school psychology and willingness to help out others are a few of her greatest attributes. Personally, in Maricopa, we've been looking for school psychologists every year since I've been here, which is 6 years, and most other school districts are in similar situations. Going into a new school year as a school psychologist, you basically have the pick of where you want to go due to the vacancies across the state. It's my hope that the board recognizes the number of ways Shirley has taken responsibility and contrition in the years since her DUI. I have seen how seriously she takes the situation. As I have previously mentioned, Shirley is an amazing school psychologist and better yet, an amazing person. She brings out the best in others and often helped me to be a better school psychologist, parent, and a friend. I understand why we're here, but I think that Shirley has paid her debt to society for what she's done, and it would truly be disheartening to see this suspension upheld. Thank you, guys.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We have Nancy Foley, followed by Stephanie Lund.
Executive Director Ross, Nancy Foley is not joining the meeting today.
Thanks, Jessica. Do we have Stephanie Lund with us?
Yes, we do. One moment, please.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
My name is Stephanie Lund, and I am the principal of Paul Revere Academy in Mesa, Arizona. I've known Shirley Reimer for a better part of a decade. We've worked closely and collaborated weekly, if not daily, to improve the educational experience for our students. We have spent many hours pursuing best practices in education. I have seen Shirley as a leader within the school and a valuable resource to parents, teachers, and colleagues. Shirley handles every situation with patience, humility, and expertise. She has a way of explaining complicated and challenging topics with empathy and hope. I appreciate her willingness to look at every situation from every angle. This approach allows her to be an exceptional school psychologist and perform her duties in the most effective way possible. School psychologists are essential to level the playing field for children. They have the expertise and foresight to evaluate and communicate clearly a child's individual needs through data. Shirley does not only do this well, but has the added ability of bringing hope coupled with reason. There have been many times I've sat across the table in meetings with Shirley where parents or teachers' emotions were heightened. I have seen tears, unkind words, and unprofessional behavior from others, but never Shirley. She was the voice of leadership and guidance. Calming difficult situations is one of her many strengths. One component that is imperative is the ability to deliver sensitive information. Speaking from my own experience, having a child go through academic and behavior testing becomes very personal. Emotions such as failure, loss of hope, uncertainty, and fear of the future are more difficult than I can explain. I've sat through meetings where I was astonished at the impeccable information Shirley was able to provide. I wish she had been my son's psychologist. Being in two different roles, as a parent and a school administrator, I have seen the incredible need for school psychologists, but also the intricate and personal approach Shirley offers. Understanding that every interaction between home and school creates a path for our future. Our most valuable and precious children are the ones whose opportunities are negatively impacted when adults' feelings are hurt. It is through Shirley's experience and wisdom that provides avenues for parents to continue to hope and students to be successful in school, at home, and in the community. Another strength is Shirley does not cut corners when completing her duties as a school psychologist. She does not copy and paste. She stands out in this regard as a true professional. I've worked with other psychologists and witnessed watered down reports, names of students inadvertently left in reports, or inadequate information. There are many school psychologists who underperform. They are mediocre at best. Shirley is not one of them. She is a leader, a mentor, an example, and a teacher to the school psychologist profession. The profession would decline if experts like Shirley are not allowed to perform the role. Most importantly, it would be a loss for students to lose Shirley. Thank you.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we're moving to agenda item 9, the general session certifications enforcement actions. I'd like to take item 9A, which is 9A 1 through 4, as a single item. So do I have a motion to approve items 9A 1 through 9A 4? Member Kavickas?
Second.
Dr. Hagerman, all in favor, say aye, and those opposed, aye.
Aye.
Great. And any opposed? Ayes have it. Moving to item 9B, I would like to take these items in a single motion. As always, board members may call for the removal of an item to be discussed and voted upon separately if they so choose. Do I have a motion to approve items 9B1 through number 9B18?
So moved.
Member Clark? Member Kavickas seconds? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Moving on to item 9C. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC to suspend the teaching certificate of Shirley Reimer for a period of 12 months and that all states and territories be so notified?
Question?
Superintendent
Do we
Horn.
have somebody who's speaking on the other side of this?
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. With us today is Bill Richards, the attorney who represented the state in this case. So I would call Mr. Richards up to speak to the facts of the case.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. I am Bill Richards. I and my firm have been serving for about the last almost year, I guess, as outside counsel, representing the state's interests and providing the facts to the PPAC committee regarding cases like this one. I will give you a very brief overview of the facts in Ms. Reimer's case. Her counsel indicated to you that there is no such thing as a good DUI, and we absolutely agree with that. However, even under the law, there are gradations of that violation. And in this case, it was an extreme DUI with facts that were, in fact, reasonably tied to Ms. Reimer's fitness and her character in relation to the certification that she held. This was not a close call DUI. on a weekend or evening. This was a DUI that occurred on a school day, a little after noon. According to the testimony given to the PPAC, her school had let out early that day, but she had been at school all morning. By 12:22, she was reported to the Chandler police by witnesses, multiple witnesses who observed her in major traffic at near Elliott and Dobson, swerving all the way across all 4 lanes, driving in the bike lane, nearly hitting cars, and ultimately being involved in 2 separate hit and run incidents. In her car, after she was located and approached by police, they found at least 5 empty containers of alcohol, including a bottle of wine that the police report indicated would have included at least 3 drinks in it. Miss Reimer was so inebriated that she collapsed on the ground and she had to be lifted into the police car by officers. When she was ultimately administered her blood alcohol content test, her blood alcohol content was 0.313, nearly 4 times the Arizona legal limit. There was a combination, therefore, of factors for her arrest, and ultimately she was convicted of the extreme DUI. You've heard from counsel about Ms. Reimer's attempts to mitigate issues and to obtain counseling and treatment, and certainly those were all presented to the PPAC committee. In fact, there were a number of mitigating factors that they included in their proposed findings and conclusions to you regarding those issues. However, there was another finding of unprofessional conduct on top of the extreme DUI, which was the fact that over 2 years after Ms. Reimer pleaded guilty, after she had entered into treatment and the mitigating efforts, Ms. Reimer had to renew her certification. At that time, the state had not been informed of her prior arrest and conviction. She had the opportunity at that point in time to truthfully admit that issue. The application has a very simple question asking whether or not, in fact, the applicant has ever been arrested or cited, whether or not they were ultimately convicted of a crime. Ms. Reimer elected to say no, to misrepresent, to falsely provide information to the department in that certification. The PPAC committee in this particular case discussed the recommended discipline based upon their findings of unprofessional conduct in both circumstances, the extreme DUI and the false reporting to the department, at length. Oftentimes in these PPAC hearings, as you know from the record, there's not a lot of discussion about the specific discipline. In this case, there was a significant amount of discussion. And that discussion included, as you'll see in the record, included comments about the fact that how the PPAC normally addresses discipline for this sort of extreme DUI, and that it often does result in a recommendation of suspension, that is a common standard that has been applied by PPAC and by the board. In addition, several PPAC members commented upon the additional issue included in the falsification of the report to the department. Those are the facts. We submit that those facts certainly establish a significant factual basis for not only the findings and conclusions that have been recommended to you, but the ultimate discipline of a full year suspension. Unless you have questions.
Superintendent Horn.
Thank you. I have some questions. First, let me say that Bill Richards is one of the best lawyers in Arizona, and that's high praise coming from me. I'd like to share some thoughts with you and have you respond to them so we can make a fully informed decision. It appears to me that suspending her is not necessary to teach her a lesson because she learned her lesson and she did a lot to overcome it. It appears to me that suspending her would do damage to students because we have a lot of evidence that she's very valuable to the students in her school. Let me just ask, was this a unanimous vote by the CPAC?
If you'll give me a second,
Yeah.
I can tell you. 6-2 was the vote.
I'm sorry?
6-2 was the
6
vote.
to 2. So
Superintendent
2
Horn.
were
Yes.
against the suspension.
2 voted nay
Yeah.
on that ultimate
Okay.
requirement.
So in terms of doing what's best for education, I'd like you to comment on the fact that I think suspending her would be damaging to students and not needed to teach her a lesson. So what would be the benefit of suspending her? And have you also responded to the things that I've said?
Yes. So Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley, and members of the board, I'm not here necessarily to be the voice of policy necessarily. That is obviously your role, but I'd love to be able to offer some comments and thoughts on that. Number one, Superintendent Horn, we do have here multiple factors. We not only have the extreme DUI, but I believe that the PPAC committee members, at least those voting in favor, found it significant that 2 years after, when the applicant, the certificated person, applies for a renewal of their certificate, she elects not to be honest, not to take the risk that there will be some sort of repercussion for her prior actions in connection with her professional status, but she elects to, for all intents and purposes, lie about it. And that has been represented to you as a mere mistake. I would submit that given her experience, her maturity, her educational background, and the simplicity of the question that's asked, I'm sure you've all seen this question, the set of questions on the application form. It's just simply a series of, I believe it's 5, I could be wrong, but it's 5 simple questions. They've worked on them, I know, over the years to make them more clear, and I don't believe it could be more clear here. And so you have an individual that elected, irrespective of what she may have learned from the DUI experience, and obviously there was mitigation found by the PPAC members, irrespective of that, she elected then to make an active material misrepresentation to the department in applying for a certificate. As you all know, the board deals with a lot of those sorts of situations. These are very common, that individuals with a criminal background of some kind, whether it's simply an arrest or convictions or multiple convictions, will frequently misrepresent that in the application process. And unfortunately, because of the way the system works, that means that sometimes those are not caught right away. It's extremely important that everyone in the system be forthcoming, be honest about those things. And respectfully, Superintendent Horn, it is a commentary on the character of someone who is given these really important responsibilities. And I'm not suggesting that Ms. Reimer is not capable of carrying out really important responsibilities, but for anyone who's given those sorts of responsibilities, its integrity is maybe foremost among all the characters that they have to be able to exhibit. You know, honesty. I mean, particularly when you're dealing in a situation where she's exposed to probably some very, very sensitive situations, you know, being where she can, outside of any sort of confidentiality issues, where she can be forthcoming about things and dealing with things honestly, is going to be critical to that position. So I think that was another important factor that does support the PPAC recommendation. The other thing I would add, Superintendent Horn, is you all have a tough balancing act. You really do. You have to balance the needs of the system, the needs of the students, and the individual interests of the certificate holder with the precedent that you're setting, with the standard that you're establishing, because case by case, ultimately you do establish standards that set the bar. And sometimes they do set the bar in a way that is going to prevent certain people from getting over that bar. It's going to require suspensions. It's going to require revocation sometimes even in close calls. But that's the balancing act that you do. And I believe that the PPAC committee members who share similar backgrounds, interests, certainly share many of the concerns that I've heard you discussing earlier today with the system itself and the ability to attract and retain good people within it. They felt that despite all of that, this particular case and these facts justified a recommendation of a suspension of a year. I think all of that, Superintendent Horn, is those are all relevant considerations. And I do respect the balancing act that you all have to do with those.
Would censoring her, as her lawyer suggested, send a message that she should have been honest on that? And also, is it true that she disclosed to her superiors what had happened?
I believe, and you're testing my memory a little bit, Superintendent Horn, I believe there was some testimony and evidence that she had alerted some people with the district about the situation when it first happened.
And was that uncontroverted?
Honestly, I don't remember, but I don't think there was any contrary evidence that I can recall.
Okay.
To your first question about a letter of censure, I think there's some significant debate over whether or not in this particular type of case, particularly when you're dealing with dishonesty, outright dishonesty in the application process, whether a letter of censure is enough. I mean, if the only downside to someone lying on their application is a letter of censure, what disincentive does anyone have against lying on their application? I mean, literally, okay, so I've lied. If I get caught, what's the worst that happens? I get a letter of censure, but I get the certificate and I get to continue in that position. And I think that itself, just that factor alone, counsels against a letter of censure here.
Okay, let me just say, I really want to hear from other board members, but thinking about the students at the school, I would think a letter of censure might be sufficient, but I'd like to hear what other board members think.
I think that thinking of the DUI in isolation, also recognizing hours and hours of debate went into the PPAC hearing. I think it would be the dishonesty in lying about that would cause me to vote to support the 1-year suspension.
I think Carla.
Member Kavickas and then Dr. Hagerman.
Thank you. I just have a procedural question. It was my understanding, though, that if a certificated person gets pulled over, gets arrested, that there's a trigger in the system that would have already come up. So wouldn't we have already known? Or I'm sure not every system is perfect, I'm sure, but is that true?
Member Kravickas, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, it's triggered by the application for recertification. So the checking of the certification when she reapplied, that triggered it.
That's good to know, because I always thought that anytime there was an arrest, somehow there was a notification that made it through. I thought the arrest triggered it to the information to us. Clearly, employers, I think, report it, like if they know. But I thought that literally the arrest went into some magic database that told you guys.
No, it was triggered by her application.
Okay.
And then upon checking the application, every application that comes in for an educator or application for recertification is checked by our investigative unit. And so upon checking it, they saw the arrest, and then that's what triggered the investigation.
Okay, just so I make sure I'm clear, since we obviously deal with these issues a lot on agendas, if a certificated teacher or any personnel gets arrested, the only way we know about it is if they put it on the application?
Member Kravickas, let me actually reach out to our IU to see if they can explain it a little more clearly. Give me just a second.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. There's a few things. So first of all, we would be notified of an arrest of a certified person only if their fingerprint clearance card showed the Department of Education and the board as their sponsor. So I think in this instance, there was no connection there. We were not aware of it at the time she reapplied. It wasn't until we were then notified. I think she was reinstated and we were notified at that time.
Thank you so much.
You're
That brings a lot of clarity. So it's the fingerprint clearance card is the connecting point. So
Correct.
do school psychologists don't have to have fingerprint clearance? Well, they do.
They do. Yeah, what happens is when people apply for their fingerprint clearance cards, occasionally you have to list a sponsor on that card. And occasionally they will not click for the box that says Department of Ed or State Board. In that instance, we aren't notified of those arrests after that point. So when we find those, then we call and we will have us listed as a sponsor at that time.
I'm assuming they have to have somebody listed as a sponsor. Is there an option for like the school district or the charter school to be the sponsor?
I think there is, and I think there's other. I have gotten a fingerprint card without a sponsor. It was considered other, and so there's no notification.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
Vice President Haley, if there are no other questions for me, I'll be happy
I
to
think
sit
there's
down.
just one quick more. Dr. Hagerman?
It's not a question, just I'm kind of in similar places, Member Meyerson, having been on the PPAC and the process they have set up and also the rubrics and structures they have in place. I'm leery of changing that finding.
I also have a comment.
Dr. Clay?
In response to Superintendent Horn's comments, it is a struggle for me, looking at the needs of the students and also ensuring that we enforce a standard. I've always been taught that we have to set the standards, enforce the standards, and then hold people accountable to the standards. We have set the standards, we have enforced them. The hardest thing in the world is to look somebody in their face and hold them accountable to the standard. If we don't do that, then all the people who've done the same thing are going to come and say, why not me? Okay. And then, so we're looking at people who did something prior to this, maybe it wasn't extreme. Okay. But we set the standard, we enforced it, and we held people accountable. But for some reason right now, we don't. Does that mean that this particular educator is more important than the ones that we've done this to, that we've held accountable? The other, so just know I'm struggling, but this is the standard. And then the issue is a character issue. You know, we all know that character is what you do when no one is looking. That is the true epitome of character, regardless. And this is what we teach our kids. What do you do when no one can catch you? Okay, so the issue is a character issue. And this is going to set a precedence to anyone else who has or will commit that offense. And this is just a business going across the board. We have to set the standard, enforce the standard, and hold people accountable, or we become gray and fuzzy. There is no more line. And that is, it's not personal. This is just, we have to do this. Set, enforce, and hold people accountable. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clay. Any other comments or questions? No? Being that there are none, let's proceed to item 9D. Do I have a motion to
9C, member.
Thanks. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC to suspend the teaching certificate of Shirley Reimer for a period of 12 months and that all states and territories be so notified?
So moved.
Member Clark first.
Second.
Dr. Hagerman second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving to item 9D. Do we have a motion to deny educator Leo Reynoso's request for review and/or rehearing?
So moved.
Member Clark? Do I have a second? Dr. Hagerman? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, moving on to item 10, Director Ross.
Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This concludes the regular board meetings for 2023. Our next regular board meeting will be January 22nd, 2024. Sure, that's going to be hard to write on checks if I ever use checks again. And we do have a special education evaluation subcommittee meeting a week from today, Monday, the 11th, from 9 to noon in this same room. Invitations have gone out to folks, and now that the board has voted on the roster, the agenda is set to release in about 20 minutes. And so I just wanted to thank everybody for a wonderful first year for Deputy Wonders and I, and wish everybody happy holidays and safe travels. Thank you.
Thank you so